My name is Uriel Kim. I'm a New York Times bestselling author, former professional athlete, and more importantly for this video, I've been building businesses to 7 and 8 figures for the past 20 plus years. And more importantly, helping thousands of other experts, coaches, and entrepreneurs do the same. And today, I'm gonna give you the exact lessons and the tactics so you can avoid the mistakes that I made and get right to the wins, or at least time compress and shortcut your journey to victory. I'll be walking you through the 5 M's you need to have dialed in order to grow a successful business. Specifically, we'll be looking at mindset, models, money, marketing and sales, and managing and leading a team. We'll be going through those individually as individual chapters, so if you want to fast forward back and forth based on where you need the most help right now, you're more than welcome to do so. So I've got my coffee in hand. I hope you've got a pen and paper ready to go, because this is going to be one of the most useful videos you have ever watched. And if not, I'll give you your money back. Anyway, so let's dive right in. Before we get into the first chapter around mindset, I want to give you a little bit of context of why you should listen to me, who I am in the first place. So I've been building businesses, as I said, for the past 20 years. I started off as an overworked, underpaid personal trainer. I lost my hair at the age of 17, which got me into that world of health in the first place. And I wanted to help a lot of people. So I went to school for kinesiology and nutrition. Then I started working with clients one-on-one. I was underpaid, overworked. I was burnt out, and did that for 7 years. And eventually in 2005, I started my first business online. And I was helping, the average person improve their health and get fit. And it was a grind. I thought living the laptop lifestyle was going to be what it was all about. But that didn't happen. So my first 3 years were a poverty line struggle. And I'm gonna share with you some of the lessons that I had to learn through those moments as we go through this training today. But I wanna let you know that I'm coming from a place of not having a lot, really bootstrapping the whole thing, to becoming a decade millionaire by the age of 41, helping hundreds of thousands of people to better health. But now with my current company, Healthpreneur, helping thousands of health experts and coaches build better businesses, so collectively we can help more people. Because my goal is to help 1 billion people on this planet improve their life. I don't know how I'm gonna get there, but I know that by helping others build better businesses, collectively we'll get a lot closer to that. I love business. I love helping people, and that's why I do these videos, and that's why I put this stuff out to help you as well. So with all that said, let's dive into the first chapter, which is all about your mindset. At the end of the day, you can have all the tactics in the world, you can have the best strategy, but if you don't have this dialed in, it's gonna be a tricky ride. So first thing I wanna help you understand is that the growth curve of building a business, and I'm gonna draw some stuff out on the iPad as we're going through this, so this will be the first visual I wanna help you understand, is that the journey in business looks a lot like this. And the most important, I believe, the most important part in this whole journey is really in this first phase. And this first phase is what we call the foundation. Now, the foundation is a really interesting time because, as you can see on this graph, there's a long time, right? The time is very long for a very minimal kind of visible result outcome correlation. So it seems like you're putting in all this work and all this time, but the results are barely moving. And that's why when you look statistically at most businesses, they actually don't last beyond 2 to 5 years. Because this, I'm not saying it takes 2 to 5 years to build a foundation, but the early days of building a business are tricky. And this is where your mindset has to be really dialed in. And I want to illustrate this because if you go into business thinking it's going to be easy, you're going to be in for a really rocky ride. And so when you go into anything, whether it's learning a new language or a new skill, or in this case, business, we have to understand that there's going to be a foundation period that is going to be very, very important. Now, here's the other thing to think about. When a construction company builds a taller building, if they build a building, okay, the taller the building is, the deeper the foundation needs to be. And why is that? Well, because structurally, if the foundation isn't solid, that building is going to topple over. And your business is very much the same. So when we look at the foundation is helping you really less about the tactics and more about just being the person you need to be in order to build the business that you want to have. Now, here's the other thing to remember about this growth curve is why a lot of people in business struggle is because as we go along this blue curve, again, you're not being rewarded visibly by the work you're doing. And so what happens a lot of times is some people, not everyone, but the vast majority, instead of just continuing on, what they do is they bail ship and they go back to find something else. So they pivot, they have that squirrel brain of oh, shiny object, I'm going to do this instead. And what happens is that every single time we do that, is we come back and we start at zero. So you actually start having this loop of you start something, it doesn't quite work out the way you want it to fast enough, so you jump ship and you get off the growth trajectory and you come right back into ground zero right over here and you start all over again. And if there's anything I can share with you is that like, if you just stick with one thing long enough, you will win. I'm not necessarily the smartest person. In fact, because I'm smart, that's what held me back. Sometimes the smarter you are, the slower you'll go because you feel you can figure everything out on your own. You don't need help. You're smart enough, whatever. But I'm telling you this, like some of the most successful business owners I know are not necessarily the most book smart. And if there's one thing I think that's really important to remember, is just like having this dogged persistence is one of the most important traits you can develop. Because if you commit yourself to anything, you will figure everything else out, right? When you have this discipline and this vision of just going, like all the tactical stuff, the unknowns, like you'll figure that piece out as long as you just stay committed to that goal. When I was 10 years old, I wanted to play pro soccer. That was my vision. That's actually what I thought my life was going to be. I didn't think of anything outside of that. So from 10 years old to 19, all I did was I stayed on the blue curve. Right? I put in the work. I was a goalkeeper and I played on teams early on in my career where I was getting killed 10-0, 15-0. And that's very demoralizing as a goalkeeper when you're picking the ball out of the net that many times in a game. But how I saw that was I get more action. I get more practice. And so I started to reframe losing as learning. And so what that enabled me to do was basically learn faster than other goalkeepers who were on the winning teams. And I just kept going and going and going. And this built my confidence to say, like, listen, like, I know that I'm really, really good at what I do. And I kept doing this. And obviously I started playing on better teams. But because I kept staying on the path, when I was 19 years old, out of the blue, I'm at home one day and I get a call from a goalkeeper coach I had worked with a couple years prior, and we, loosely had stayed in touch. Now, he had obviously known of my, he kind of kept up on what I was doing. I wasn't playing, I was just playing with a club at the time. He calls me out of the blue and says, hey, the pro team is looking for another goalie. You want in? And I'm like, whoa, scared out of my pants. But at the same time, I'm like, yes. And the reason that opportunity was presented to me was because I just kept on the blue line. I could have given up. I could have said this wasn't going to be for me. But here's the thing is like, people talk about, luck is when opportunity meets, whatever else. If you just stay on the path, if you know what you're doing is the right thing for you to do, just keep going because you don't know what will come in your, like on your doorstep in a year from now, 6 months from now. But if you keep at it, eventually those types of opportunities can present themselves. So that was kind of how the whole pro soccer thing started for me. And then I was able to play a number of years in Toronto and France. And it was a beautiful period of my life. And then when I was 25, I decided, you know what? I actually don't want to do this anymore. I want to do something else. And that's a story for another day. But I'm sharing this with you because whether it's business or soccer or anything else, if we just stay the course, we will eventually get where we want to go. So coming back to this blue line, and I'll share one more concept with you here, is that a lot of people say it's not working, right? I'm doing this thing and it's not working. Here's a reframe. It's always working. It's either working on you or it's working for you. And it's not going to work for you until the work has done its work on you. So it's about becoming the type of person you need to become in order to have what it is you want. And another way of thinking about this from a mindset perspective is this, is be, do, have. But what a lot of people are looking for is they're like, oh, I want to have $1 million. I want to have more impact. I want to have a bigger business. It's like, hold on. Life will give you exactly what you're capable of handling in this moment. So where you are right now is exactly where you're supposed to be. Because if you were supposed to be somewhere else, further ahead or further behind, you would have been there, but you're not. And so what that means is that you can only handle right now what you're capable of handling. So in this beautiful mug, I have some coffee. If I want more coffee in this mug, I can't have more coffee in this mug because it's full. I'm going to have a sip while I'm talking about this. So in order for me to have more coffee, I need a bigger mug. The mug has to become bigger in order for me to have more. And so when we talk about mindset, it really is about becoming the person you need to be who's able to have the results that you want. And we're going to talk a lot about this middle piece, which is the doing, the behaviors, the actions, which are massively important because we're not just going to sit in a chair and, chant kumbaya and meditate and visualize, right? That stuff can be important, but we actually have to do stuff as well. But when you're the type of person who believes you have what it takes and are worthy of success, you start to act very differently in this world. So this is a really important concept. I just want you to write down and think about as we go through this together. Okay, so as we talk about mindset, one of the most important things I think that's helped me is really this whole idea of burning the boats. And when I say that, I mean dabblers don't win. So it's very hard to learn how to swim if you're just on the side of the pool dipping your toe in the water. Like you actually have to go into the water and get uncomfortable and figure it out. And so business is very much the same way. But for context, I'm not saying you have to quit what you're doing and go all in your business, right? If you're kind of in that position of straddling, let's say a career or a job and you want to transition to a business, or maybe you already have a business and you're not fully in it, right? Or maybe you are, and it's like, maybe this is just a reminder to recommit. So nothing happens until you fully commit. Nothing. And you always get in life what you have to have. Some people have to survive and some people have to succeed. The thing is, you get to decide which one you want. And so when you are hell-bent on succeeding, there's no other option. So when I was transitioning from being an in-person personal trainer nutritionist to building my first business online, I was busy. I was working 12 to 14 hours a day. Then I was also working at the University of Toronto as one of the coaches on the soccer team. So I would go from training clients all day long, and I'd literally run over to the stadium, which was about 1 kilometer away, and I'd be there 2 hours a night. Now, this is before I had kids. I've got 4 boys now. So I'm like, okay, times are a bit different now. But at the time, I wasn't making a lot of money, and I knew that I wanted to live a better quality of life. I could have made all the excuses in the world that I didn't have time to build my business. But here's the thing. I didn't just quit everything I was doing and go full-time in my business. When I talk about being fully committed, I mean, I was fully committed on the vision. How it started tactically was, instead of gossiping with other coworkers at the gym, I would lock myself in a room 1 hour a day, and I would just work on stuff for my business. And now the thing is, I had no direction. I had no idea what I was doing. So I maybe create some content. I started putting together the initial foundation for the program I was building for my online business. I was doing something though. So I didn't burn the boats in the sense of getting rid of everything I was doing, but I was fully committed to the vision that I wanted to build. And that's what I'm really talking about when I talk about burn the boats and be fully committed to something. Now, the transition then looked like, okay, I was moving from 12 to 14 hours a day of one-on-one work, which was exhausting. And then at some point in the journey, you have to start making a sacrifice, right? You have to sacrifice the now for the bigger future that you want. So for me, that looked like, okay, I'm going to spend 1 hour a day building the future. That was phase 1. Phase 2 was, I'm not where I want to be financially with my online business yet. Okay, but I want to get there. So what I started doing was I started taking 1 day a week out of training clients. And I just said, I'm not working on Tuesdays. And Tuesdays became my day, full on building the business online. That was it. And then I started getting a little bit of traction. When I say a little bit of traction, for context, my first year in business back in 2005, 2006, I made a grand total of $6,000. That's not a lot of money. And I live in Toronto, which is a very expensive city. So I'm not rolling in the dough at this point. But I made a sacrifice. I said, in order for me to build the dream, I have to give up what I'm comfortable with. I have to give up what's currently happening. Because if I keep doing this, I'm going to keep getting the same results. And so I started carving out Tuesdays, and that became my building the business day. And then further down the road, I started making a bit of a bigger sacrifice. Okay, I said, okay, every other day, I'm going to take that day to build my business. And so that was my transition plan. So it wasn't so much of I'm going to burn the boats in terms of get rid of everything I was doing, because I still had to make some money. But the vision, I was fully hell-bent committed to. Very much like when I was 10 years old. I was like a dog on a bone for playing soccer. That was it. I gave up family vacations. I gave up jobs. I gave up all sorts of stuff. I'm going to train. I'm going to play. That's it. And so what I've realized about myself and a lot of other very goal-oriented individuals is that all you need is a very compelling vision. It's like a mission, you're a heat-seeking missile. And when you have that vision, you just keep going. And in that process, you will make certain sacrifices and commitments to make that a reality faster or later. Now, on your journey, you are going to be surrounded by other people, right? Friends, family, coworkers, colleagues, etc. And my suggestion is to only take advice from people who are where you want to go, because small thinkers kill big dreams. This is actually one of the biggest things I see people that hold people back, right? Person wants to they want to build their business, they want to invest in their business, they want to do something, and the spouse is like, no, that doesn't sound like a good idea. It's too risky, blah, blah, blah. Spouse keeps his spouse down, plays small, plays safe, etc. The people closest to you, they love you, but they want to keep you safe, because for them, you growing means they're losing something. They're losing the version of you that they know, and that's uncomfortable to them. They don't want to see you get hurt. So you taking a risk and going full in on your dreams means that you might get hurt. Welcome to the world of building a business where you take on risk, and that's also why you will get the highest paycheck, because you're willing to take on that risk. No one will understand you. No one. The price of success is loneliness. I'm not saying you're going to go all the way to the top by yourself. We'll talk about, team and people as we go through this. But very seldomly will people in your surroundings understand what you're doing. Like if I look at where I live and I walk around the neighborhood and I knock on every single person's door and I told them what I do, they would have no clue what I even do. What do you mean? Like you build a bit, like you help health practitioners and coaches build businesses online? They'd be like, I don't even understand what that means. But if I said I'm a banker, they'd be like, oh, I get that. So the thing is, when you're doing something exceptional, very few people will understand this. That might include your family members. And it's really, really important to surround yourself with people who get you, because if you don't, it just makes the whole journey so much harder. So taking advice from people who are not where you want to be, even if that's your spouse, is one of the biggest mistakes to avoid. I'll give you 2 examples. When I was a trainer, so again, I'm just transitioning into my business at this point, I was working with an accountant who is a very, very small thinking, safety first type of person. And his advice to me was, Yuri, you don't want to make more than $30,000 a year, because if you do, then you're going to have to pay taxes. So I was like, good advice. I don't want to pay taxes. So let's make less than 30K per year. Now, when you hear that, that sounds ridiculous. But that was where I lived for 3 years, because I was taking that advice from a very small thinker. Second, I had a client who I was working with as a trainer, and his partner had given me some advice about I built my first digital product at the time. And he said, you know what, a really good idea would be to turn that into physical products. So I had these, follow along workouts, which was before follow along workouts became a thing. So you had like me on your headphones and you can work out with like a virtual trainer, if you will. And so it was all MP3 based. I'm like, well, that makes a lot of sense. People can just download it onto their iPod when the iPod had just come out. And he's like, you should take those and turn them into physical like DVDs and CDs that people like actually tangibly can have. And I was like, you know what? That's a good idea. And I'm like, well, what am I going to do with that? He's like, well, you should do some trade shows so you can put it out in front of people and they can experience it. I was like, good idea. So I didn't have $35,000. I went to the bank and I got a credit line somehow for $30,000, $35,000 or $40,000, wherever it was. And I took all of that money and I threw it into creating physical products. I remember the day when they all arrived at my apartment, which was a tiny 800 square foot apartment, top floor of a house. The whole apartment, half of the apartment was boxes floor to ceiling. I'm like, what am I going to do with this? I had to put the things together. I had to take the box and the inserts. I had to do all that myself. And then I did 4 trade shows and they were a complete waste of time. But it was a very good learning experience for me, because I started to learn about, ShamWow was right there and it was killing it and no one wants to see my stuff. So I started to learn a little bit more about marketing and positioning and demonstration, stuff like that. But nonetheless, I share this because if you take advice from the wrong people, well, this is the type of stuff that's going to happen. So the lesson is only take advice, only listen to the opinions of those who already are where you want to be, because otherwise they're going to detract you in all sorts of directions that are not going to serve your bigger vision. Next mindset lesson is business. Your business will only grow to the extent that you do. All business growth comes on the back end of personal growth. So earlier I showed you the whole be, do, have framework. That's what I'm talking about here. Is if you want to build a bigger business, you have to first become a bigger person. Remember this cup? If I want more coffee in here, I can't just keep pouring coffee in. I need to build the capacity of the cup. So the cup has to become more in order to be able to receive more. And that's a really important idea here. How do we do that? Well, you have to constantly invest in yourself. There is and I tell this to my kids, there is nothing more valuable than you The more you invest in you, the more valuable you become to the world. The more valuable you become to the world, the more value you create. The more value you create for more people, the more money you get in exchange for that. That's kind of how the world works, right? You get paid in direct proportion to the value you add into this world. So to add more value, you have to become more valuable. I call this grow giving. The more you grow, the more you can give. How do you grow? You continually learn. You invest in yourself. You invest in courses, books, seminars, workshops, masterminds, coaching, all of it. Every single time you make an investment in yourself, it's impossible to lose unless you're a loser, which I don't think you are. But there's a lot of losers out there. And losers are people who point the fingers at other people and blame them for their lack of ability to grow. I got scammed. They didn't do this for me. No, dude, that's loser mentality. Winners always find a way to win. Winners always find value because value is not given to you. It's an extraction game. So it's about what's caught more than what's taught. And some people, those people who do not succeed in life, don't understand how to catch value. They expect it to be like given to them without the ability to assess and extract. I ask my kids every single day, what did you learn today at school? What did you love? And the common response is nothing new. And I said, hold on. There is always something to be learned. It doesn't have to be new because sometimes you just have to be reminded more than you have to be taught. And I don't care how basic the school or the class was, or reading a book or whatever it is, there is always a lesson. There's always something to be reminded of. There's always something to learn. And when you take that approach, that is how you grow. When I was in my first 3 years of business, I did not invest in myself because I didn't have the money. I thought I needed the resources. What I really needed was to become more resourceful. Successful people get resourceful when they lack resources. And so after 3 years of struggling with less than that $30,000 a year, thank you, accountant, for that advice. Again, but here's the thing. I can blame him, but no, dude, it's on me. I'm the one who took the advice. I'm the one who didn't know better to seek alternative points of view. So it's not his fault. It's my fault. We'll talk about ownership and responsibility in a moment. Anyways, so for the first 3 years, I'm living under, poverty line income. And then in 2010, I sat down one day and I was like, dude, what's going on here? Like, we're not going to get any different results if we keep doing what we're doing. Obviously, what we've been doing for the past 3 years is not good enough. Something has to change. And so I said, what's one thing I have not been doing? And that was going to live events, investing in coaching. And I just said, screw it. So the next quarter, so the start of 2010, I went to 3 live events, which again, I didn't have the money for. So I threw it on the credit card. And at that event, I met my first coach, business coach. $18,000, which was more money than I made in my previous year in business. And I said, fuck it. I got to do this. I put it on 2 credit cards, somehow found the money on those credit cards to make it work. And I just went all in. As you can tell, there's a bit of a trend here of investing beyond my means. I've used credit lines, credit cards, money I didn't even have. I'll tell you this, I paid a lot of interest over the years, and I don't regret any of it because I would not be where I am now had I not taken those bets on myself. You have to be able to bet on yourself because no one else is going to. When I invested in my first coach, business-wise, I started to see things differently. I started to understand about business and marketing and learning all these things. And I was now in a room of other people like me, other health experts who are growing their businesses. And I started building really amazing relationships. And some of those relationships to this day are still some of my best friends. We've been in each other's weddings. We've traveled together. We've had amazing, memorable experiences. So all of this comes on the back end of investing in yourself. 62% of American adults invest in the stock market. That's shocking to me. When you look at the average rate of return is 9% per year over the past 100 years. So why do 62% of Americans do that? Because the vast majority of adults or humans want safety. But listen, if you want common results, do that stuff. Okay, please invest in a 9% per year type of return. I think it's a complete waste of time and a complete waste of money. The rate of return on you and your own investing in yourself is exponential. Every time you learn a new skill, every time you learn something that's going to help your business grow, how do you put an ROI on that? It's crazy. Like, your own business is the single best investment on this planet. When you look at the wealthiest people on this planet, they're not dentists. They're not doctors. They're not lawyers. Those are like, they do well. But the really rich people, they're all business owners, without exception. Without exception. And the reason for that is because of asymmetric risk and return. So a lot of people are looking for safety and they live a very safe life. But a safe life is a dangerous life. Because when you live a safe life, a lot of times it's a false sense of safety. Working for someone else, as an example, your life, your future rests in their hands. If you don't perform, you're out. That doesn't sound like safety to me. I would much rather have the uncertainty of how to make things happen with no ceiling on what's possible for me in my life. But not everyone's built like that. But you are, I believe, if you're watching this video. If you're going to be sitting with me for the next little bit, I feel like you're somebody who's committed to doing great things. And that means you have to be willing to be uncomfortable. Get comfortable being uncomfortable, because the journey of business is not one of security and safety and certainty. But in a world that is uncertain, you are the certainty. You are the guarantee. And so when we look at investing, the risk is not in the investment, it's in the investor. So if you invest in a portfolio of stocks, do you know those companies? Like, do you know the CEOs? Do you know the board of directors? No. But we feel because they've been around for a while that they're going to be more stable. But you are the investor. And if you invest in you, then that's the ultimate investment, because now you are building the one thing you know and control is yourself. And so the more you invest in you, the less risky you become as an investment. Because every single time you invest in your business, whether it's hiring somebody, investing in ads, investing in coaching, you just know that you're going to win. Because you continually prove that over and over and over again by investing in yourself. Listen, like, I understand there's a lot of nonsense out there and there's a lot of people teaching stuff that should be probably put behind bars. And there's also a lot of great people, teaching stuff online. But the reality is this, as I mentioned earlier, no matter how bad a course or a coaching program was, there's always nuggets of value. My encouragement for you is, if you've had a less than ideal experience in the past, don't allow that to burn you several more times. Reframe the experience to say, okay, it wasn't the best, but I still learned a bit. I got from here to here. So I got some value. Okay, yeah, like maybe not the best, but I still got value. Because if you can recognize the wins, that will build your confidence. And the difference between confident people and people who lack confidence is confident people simply use reference points from the past of success. People who lack confidence look backwards and look at all the failures. And so your future is determined by your focus over the past. If you take any amount of time at the end of the day to recognize your wins, what was a win today? I woke up early, I brushed my teeth, I played with my kids, I worked on my most important thing at work, whatever. Like, if you just keep doing that and you stack those wins, that's how you build confidence. If you want to kill your confidence, focus on the lack. I didn't do this, I fucked up on this, keep focusing there. Because that's exactly what is going to destroy your confidence and not give you the reassurance that you'll figure things out moving forward. So since 2010, I've invested more than $1.5 million in my own coaching and development. Never once in that time have I ever asked for a money-back guarantee or what the expected outcomes were going to be for me. Because I don't give a shit what somebody else did. I don't care what your other clients did, because I'm going to crush for me. Like, I don't need to compare myself to them, because I understand that I show up how I show up. If I work out with my trainer, I don't ask him let me see your other clients' results. It's irrelevant. I don't care what other people are doing, because if I show up and I follow the plan and I do the workouts, then I will get where I want to go. But there's too many people on this planet who are losing every single day because they're more concerned about what other people are doing, and they're looking for certainty in an uncertain world. If you're looking for money-back guarantees, you have already lost. That is loser mentality. If you're watching this video, I'm going to just preface this right now. Losers do not continue watching this video. This video is for winners. It's a longer video. I'm giving you everything here. Winners are going to be like, let's hunker down. I'm going to grab some popcorn, grab a green juice, some water, coffee, whatever it is. And you're going to commit to this. I promise you. There are a lot of people on this planet who are looking for guaranteed results in anything that they do. And the reason they're looking for guarantees is because they don't believe in themselves, period. When you have the utmost confidence that you will figure things out, you don't need a money-back guarantee. And that leads me to the final thing here on the mindset, which is you must be able and be willing to take 100% responsibility for every single thing in your life. If you don't, you're an adult baby. I call this adult baby syndrome, ABS. A lot of adults are babies in adult clothing. They point the fingers and they walk through life like a victim. They don't take responsibility because responsibility is hard. So good or bad, please understand that it's always on you. Always. Every single time. And if you don't like this, I don't give a shit. I care about you and with the impact you can create in this world. But the more you live in that story, if somebody did something to you, or you didn't get somewhere because of something else or like some person or circumstance, you give away your power every single time you point the finger. But remember, every single time you point your finger, there's 3 other fingers pointing right back at you. So here's lesson number 1 of being a grown adult is look in the mirror every single day and just say, good or bad, it's on me, period. But here's the thing. There is no good or bad. There just is. It's your meaning you've given to good or bad. And this is, again, a maturity thing of business. Listen, I was that person too early on in my business journey. If I didn't have a good day, if like sales were low, it was a bad day. If sales were high, it was a good day. And you go through this emotional roller coaster and it's exhausting. It's very, very hard to operate that way because it's all based on emotion. And most businesses stay small because they focus on big emotions. Most entrepreneurs are so emotional and they're making emotional decisions as opposed to thinking logically and using data to make decisions. Now, I understand, like we're humans, we're not robots, but you have to be able to accept what is and learn from it and take responsibility. I've got 4 boys. And there's 2 very important lessons I share with them. 1 is your environment is everything, right? Get around people who are better than you and you will become better. 2 is take responsibility for everything all the time, no matter what. And what happens is they will start, like, let's say there's a bit of a fight or something, in the house or whatever. And I'll be like, hey, what's going on? And then one of my kids will start the sentence with one of his brother's names. And I'm like, dude, don't ever start a sentence with someone else's name unless it's praise. Because what you're doing is you're complaining and you're blaming somebody else. Oh, he jumped on me. Oh, interesting. How did you get yourself into that situation where you were lying on the floor underneath the cushions? Did you somehow get yourself into that situation? That's what I'm trying to get them to understand. Because I've worked with thousands of adults who still don't understand this, and thankfully many more who do. I'll give you an extreme example. And if you want more on this, read Extreme Ownership by Jocko Willink. It just, lays it out in that book. Many years ago, I was driving home and I got sideswiped by another car. And ironically, this lady was frantically trying to find parking on her way to yoga. I was like, wow, that's pretty interesting. So I get sideswiped. And I often tell my wife, I'm like, listen, I will make up in my driving what other people lack in theirs. So thankfully, it was not as bad as it could have been because I was able to accelerate and kind of get out of it a little bit. And so she hit the back rear bumper instead of like full on T-bone. Anyway, stop the cars, get out, exchange insurance. It's a pain in the ass. Then I got to, send the car to like the shop and it takes forever to get it repaired. But here's the thing. It was my fault. Why? I could have left earlier. I could have driven slower. I could have driven faster. I could have left later. And I know that sounds extreme, but it's my fault. Because I put myself in that situation. I didn't know I was going to get sideswiped. I could have not even driven the car. I could have just stayed where I was. And this, again, I understand that this is extreme, but you have to take this ownership because when you do, you have the power to change. If you're always at the mercy of other people and circumstance, you are a victim. And victims do not do anything in life. Victors create great businesses. Victors help a lot of people. Victors lead a great life. And that's what this is about. Is that we have to take responsibility for everything in our life. And that includes, and I'll finish with this, our own thoughts. You become what you think about. You get what you focus on. What you think about and focus on is the direction your life will take. So when I talked about, at the end of the day, recapping all the wins, big or small, doesn't matter. That is an example of focus. If you focus on the good, all the things you did well, you will get more of that. You'll build your confidence, you'll feel better about yourself, but energetically, you'll also start to see and experience more good in your life. But if everything is failure and you're focused on the gap of where you're not, then you're constantly going to be there and live there and experience that. And that can be a very exhausting experience, especially when you're an entrepreneur trying to build your business and no one gets what you're going through. And it can feel very lonely and depressing and like, why am I even here? Why am I doing this? What's the point? And I share this because I was there for a long time when I started my business. And it's okay to experience that and feel that way. And hopefully this video is helping to, in some way, shape, or form, put a dent in that to shift that. So all of this to say that your mindset is everything. I tell my kids, your attitude will determine your altitude. Think of attitude as mindset, right? You could have the most amazing tools in your toolkit, but if the toolkit has a leak in it, what's the point, right? You could row really, 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 really hard in your boat, but if the boat has holes in it, you're not going to go very far, right? You could have the most amazing supercar and you could put your foot down to the gas pedal, but if your foot is also on the brake and you've got a flat tire, you're not going anywhere. And these are all examples of hard work in spite of a poor mindset. And so mindset is everything because it's the starting point for your behavior. When you feel like shit, you're not going to be in the same level of action or behavior that you would if you felt better. And you have to be able to act in spite of how you feel. But if you understand how to train your mind and direct it in that direction of where you want to go, you are going to feel better. And if you feel better, you're going to do better. And if you do better, you're going to have what it is you want. So I hope this makes sense as we come to the close of this first chapter around mindset. There's a lot more to talk about around mindset, but for the sake of time, we'll stop it there. And in the next chapter, we're going to talk about business models. So we talk about the importance of, environments and hanging around the right people. A lot of people don't know what you're trying to do with your business. I get it. I actually spend a lot of my time in our backyard here. I hang out with my trees. I actually don't hug trees, but I spend more time by myself and just hanging around my kids than most other people because, a lot of people don't get what we're doing. So if you ever feel like you're on your own or not everyone understands, it's okay. There's a lot of value in having space for yourself to just hang. So if it's going for a swim, hanging out in the backyard, or watering your plants, whatever tickles your fancy is all good. This is where I spend a lot of my time. This is where I clear my head. But let's get back in the office and get to it. So now we're going to talk about models, specifically business models. And the first thing I want to share with you is that my experience in business kind of falls into two categories. My first business was largely product-based, and that means lower ticket, information, supplements, courses, stuff like that. My current business, Healthpreneur, is more higher ticket, service-based. And so I've pretty much done everything you can think of when it comes to business models for an online business. And the first thing I want to share with you here, whatever your business, again, if you're more into the service, which most businesses are, it's really, really important to understand the importance of narrowing things down, right? If you try to do everything, you're not going to get anywhere. If you try to help everyone, you're going to help no one. So the first concept I want to share with you here is the power of what I call the 4 1s. And it's really simple. You have one avatar. So we work with health experts and coaches. I don't know any health professional, let's just use an example, general practitioner or neurosurgeon who makes more money. Neurosurgeon, north of $800,000 a year. Why is that? Because they can do something few people can. And so number one is specialists make more money. 2 is that everybody wants a specialist. If you had an issue with your brain, are you gonna go to your GP? Never. You're gonna go to a neurosurgeon. If you have a plumbing issue, are you calling a general contractor or a plumber? Yeah. If you want an amazing pizza, are you gonna go to an all-you-can-eat buffet with a variety of different cuisines, or are you gonna go to an Italian restaurant that specializes in pizza? It's obvious. So you want a specialist, so does your market. Within the avatar, I'm talking about target market, okay? When I look at target market, I'm thinking of 2 things. What's the problem I can solve? Who has the problem that wants to solve it? When it comes to the problem, I call this a profitable problem. It needs to be a bleeding neck, ideally. What that means is they have a problem that is severe and persistent. So I'll use an example of tension headaches. Just pop an Advil, no big deal. I'm not gonna build a business around that. Migraine headaches, different story. Severe, 100%. Persistent, in a lot of cases, yes. 33 million Americans suffer from migraine headaches, some more than others. And we have some very successful clients who built their businesses in that niche. So when I say avatar, one avatar, are you going to exclude people? 100%. But were you going to help all those people in the first place? Not in 100 lifetimes. So really narrow things down to one avatar. I've got other videos on the channel that can help with that specific desire or concern. Once we have an avatar, right, the single target market, we want to have one offer. Now, this is especially important in a service-based business, which I think is, to be honest, more transformational than product. If you've got a product-based business, again, like you're typically low priced. So sometimes you have to make up with multiple SKUs when you lack in volume. But if you look at a company like AG1, they have one SKU that's built their business. Now, they're a bit of a unicorn because most e-com or product-based companies have a lot of SKUs, right? Because they have to make up in kind of horizontal what they lack in vertical margin, but it also adds a tremendous amount of complexity. But even if you have multiple SKUs, it's always 80-20, 20%. So if you have 10 SKUs, 10 products, 2 of them will produce the revenue for 80% of the business pretty much. Apple has a lot of products, but there's a few of them that produce the vast majority of revenue and profit. In a service-based business like coaching, it's extremely important to have one offer. So my first business, part of the reason I sold it was because it was a friggin' complexity nightmare. We had hundreds of offers. It was overwhelming. When I started Healthpreneur, I'm like, I'm never doing that again. I'm going to choose one avatar, health professionals and coaches, or health professionals building a coaching business. One offer, our HBA program, that was it. And all I did was I focused on that until we crushed it. So we went from 0 to $1 million in 7 weeks. My first business, 0 to $1 million in 7 years. And I'll share some lessons about that as we go through this. So one core offer, we'll talk about pricing a little bit further on in this video, but if you have one offer that you really focus on, that's all you need to build it to multiple millions of dollars. Like you don't need multiple offers and courses and like, if they can't afford this, offer this. No. Okay. It's like complexity fails, simplicity scales. Keep it simple. This is one of the most important concepts. So we've got one offer to one target market. Not everyone's gonna be able to say yes to it. Who cares? Third is one, we'll call this one channel acquisition, funnel, pipeline, whatever. One way of getting people into working with you. So when I started Healthpreneur, the only thing we did was our perfect client pipeline. So like in this case, I'll just put PCP. So this was the main engine by which we got visible, brought people in, converted them into clients. And we only did that on Facebook. So Facebook and Instagram, now under Meta. We only ran ads. We only did ads, only for 3 years. Ads, webinar, so evergreen webinar, application, phone call. That's in a nutshell, the perfect client pipeline. It's the engine that's built our business to multiple eight figures. It's how we've helped our clients generate more than 217 million. And we only did that for the first 3 years. And then as the business grew, then we started to expand because we had more team and resources to do more content and stuff like this. But we only did that. That's all I did. I had no YouTube, no Instagram, no podcast, nothing. It was talk about a simple, boring business. That was it. Nothing. We didn't have a pretty website. It was like ad, landing page, opt-in, watch webinar, book call, let's go. So we'll talk about this in the marketing section. The ecosystem's changed a little bit, but nonetheless, it's really important to narrow down on one way you get people into working with you. And we do all of this until we're at $1 million. Now, $1 million is an arbitrary number, but to be honest, you could go to 5 million on one offer. We have clients that do that. You could certainly diversify a little bit your product offerings beyond $1 million based on some other factors in the business. But again, like why? Just keep doubling down, keep drilling deeper and deeper for more oil because again, your business will naturally become more complex as you scale. And if you add one more thing, now you complicate messaging, you complicate delivery, you complicate operations, and it just becomes twice as hard. And so these 4 ones are very important foundational understanding for your business model, okay? So we talked about the 4 ones. The second thing I want to talk about here are the 2 models, which I alluded to. And so we have, I'll just draw this out, nice fancy drawing. So we have low ticket and we have high ticket. Okay, so let's just keep it simple. Low ticket is, we'll just call this like sub $200, and high ticket, we'll just call this above 2K. Hopefully you can read my writing. Okay. So low ticket is stuff like products that can be like supplements or information products. It doesn't matter. Info, membership sites, etc. High ticket is typically service, coaching, potentially agency work, which is service, to be honest. And so that is the main difference, right? We understand that. Like, you're not going to charge $10,000 for an ebook, right? Or a physical book. So, okay, so what are the pros and cons of doing either one of those? Okay, so here's the thing is, when you look at low ticket, you typically have very low margins. Now, that may or may not be true. Let me clarify that. If you have an ebook, there's no margin, like there's 100% margin, right? So if you sell an ebook for $50, your margin is 100%. Like, you wrote the ebook, it's sitting in a PDF, there's no delivery cost, no cost of goods sold, nothing. What I mean when I say margins is relative to marketing. If you try to market a low ticket offer, like a low ticket product, the cost of advertising will annihilate your business. It's very hard to have margin when you're trying to market and advertise a low ticket product. That's what I mean by margins being low. So it's relative to the cost of acquiring a client or a customer for that. Now, when we look at high ticket, and I'm just going to put red and blue here. Red is not great. Blue is a little better. We have higher margins. Now, again, relative to the cost to acquire a client. Again, you might have a physical product where, let's say you sell a probiotic, and there's some people out there that sell probiotics and cut corners. So they sell the bottle for $80. It costs them $3 to create. That's a major margin. But to sell that $8 bottle might cost them $120 to get one $80 customer. Okay. Now, high ticket, the margin is a little bit smaller sometimes, potentially, if there's a cost of service involved. So if it's just you providing coaching, the only cost you have is your time. That's it, for the most part. But as you grow a team and you have other coaches that are providing the service or the coaching, now your payroll starts to eat into that margin a little bit more. But as you do that, and we'll talk about this a little bit later, you regain more freedom, right? I mean, right now, as of this video, we have 400 active clients. I spend 3 hours a week coaching. How do we do that? Well, I'm going to share with you how we do that. Systems, infrastructure, people. But when it's just you, it's pretty much mostly margin. Now, the good thing about high ticket with those margins is if you sell a program, a coaching program for $5,000, it's going to cost you way less than $5,000 to acquire one client. So that's really important, because if you're able, and when I talk about acquire, I'm just going to use the reference of advertising here because it's the cleanest path to talk about this. You spend $500 or $600 to acquire one $5,000 client. That's like a 10-to-1 ROI. We'll do that forever. But again, to sell a bottle of probiotics for $80, you're not getting a client for $10. Like, it's not happening. You're not getting a customer for $10. It's not going to happen. And it's only getting more expensive, right? Advertising is like real estate. It's only going up. So you have to be able to have these margins to acquire a customer or a client, because he or she who can pay more to acquire a customer or client will win. For instance, if you sell a coaching program for $1,000 and you have a competitor in the same space who sells it for $5,000, who do you think is able to spend more to acquire a client? That person. They have 5 times more margin than you do. So let's say the cost to acquire one client was $700. You have a $1,000 coaching program, you have $300 of margin. Like, good luck with that. Even if they spent $1,000 to acquire that same client, they have 5 times more margin. So having a higher ticket solution, and we'll talk about the benefits of this, is just from a business economics perspective, really smart, I believe, because I've done both, right? And I've seen both sides of the coin. The second thing here with respect to low ticket. So low ticket, let's say you have an app, it's $20, right? Or $10, or a membership site for $47. You need a massive following or volume. So the only time I recommend somebody even consider low ticket is if they have a monster following. You have 1 million followers on Instagram, cool. Your $20 app, okay, maybe that turns into a $20,000 to $30,000 per month business just by itself. But if you think, because I've had conversations with people like this, they spend $30,000 developing an app they're going to sell for $9, and they have 150 followers on Instagram. I'm like, dude, what am I missing? Do you have this huge, massive following somewhere else that I'm not aware of? No, it's a major waste of time and money. Low ticket requires massive volume, following, and or a way to get those people into your ecosystem for little to nothing. Okay, which is very hard because we talked about advertising is not going to make that possible. When you have high ticket, you actually don't need a big following. You don't need any following. Because remember, if you have margins, you have the ability to advertise profitably. You can turn $1 into 2, 3, or 4, or 5. That's like winning the lottery. So you don't need anyone to know you exist because you can run ads to bring people into your world. So most of our clients, I'd say 99% of our clients are world-class health experts that for the most part, no one knows exist. They're just amazing at what they do, but sadly, they're not visible to the world. So they don't have big followings yet. So they come in to work with us, and the number one criteria we look for is expertise and experience. Because if you're running ads to a higher ticket coaching offer, and people get on a call with you and you're not good at what you do and you have no experience or track record, no one's giving you money, okay? So they don't necessarily have a large following. Some of them do, but they're not celebrities. They're just incredible at what they do. And because of that, we don't need to spend all our time creating content forever. We can just run ads to a good offer, have a conversation, build trust, and people are like, cool, let's go. So it's really nice because when you have a higher ticket offer, you can just go from where you are to where you want to be significantly faster. So in my experience, my first business is 0 to $1 million, 7 years. Healthpreneur, 0 to $1 million, 7 weeks. What was the difference? First business, largely built on the back of sweat equity. A lot of content, a lot of grind. Low price products. Healthpreneur, high priced coaching, advertising, right? Advertising instantly gives you visibility. So I can go from unknown to people who knew me right away. And that's the difference. That's how we grew so quickly. And that's why our clients are able to grow so quickly as well, because we help them leverage this in a way that's meaningful for them. Okay, so the other thing here, philosophically here, that I'm not a huge fan around low ticket around is it fundamentally doesn't help people. Now, some people might disagree with that. I'll share my perspective on this. I've written 3 best-selling books and they're about, $30 each. They're good, right? But they're not going to change someone's life. Unless you're the type of person who's like, I'm going to extract all the value of this and actually take action. But again, small percentage, right? If I sell a course, which I've sold many, or a membership site, which I had 4 in my previous business, the average stick rate, do you know the average retention rate of a membership site? On average, 3 months. So if someone comes to you and they want to transform their life, is that going to happen if they're paying $50 a month? No, it's not. Because the less people pay, the less they pay attention. So low ticket fundamentally doesn't really help people. And there's obviously some exceptions to that. But high ticket is transformational because they're not coming to you for more information at this point. They're coming to you for transformation, which means access to you, right? Accountability, structure, right? Like we have all the information in the world. So you can just use ChatGPT and get whatever you want. But most people are still not going to get where they want to go. We have more diet books than we can ever read in 10 lifetimes. Yet 60% of the population is still sick and overweight. It's not about more information. It's about implementation. And so high ticket coaching, I love it because it's all about actually helping somebody. And for me, philosophically, that's also why I built Healthpreneur the way we have. I don't want to offer cheap things because cheap things aren't good and good things aren't cheap. And I understand that we've, for a very long time, not served a very large percentage of our market, but I'm like, I don't care because you will get to a point where you can work with us or you're not. That's it. Like, I'm not bringing things down to a very basic level because I can't help somebody for $50. And they're not going to do anything for $50. They're not going to do anything for free, right? People who watch our YouTube videos, most people do nothing. Some people actually take this stuff and go crazy with it, which is awesome. But fundamentally, if you're offering something of higher value, transformational, it's got to come with a higher price point. We'll talk about pricing as we get into the marketing and sales section. But that's why I'm all in on high ticket. I was speaking at a mastermind several years ago. So a good buddy of mine, Stu McLaren, amazing Cuban. He's like the membership guy, right? Love his work. We've known each other for years. And he invited me to speak at his mastermind. And I asked him, like, hey man, are you okay if I just, is there anything that's like off limits here that I can't talk about? Because I had my perspectives on membership sites versus high ticket. He's like, no, man, just share your thoughts. Because again, context, I had 4 membership sites in my previous business. Nutrition, workouts, like it was a lot. And so I talked to the room, and these are all people that are doing 7 figures per year with their membership sites. So they've got thousands of members. And so I said, hey guys, let me know, like, what is the number one problem you want solved or you want help with your membership site business? And the biggest response was stick rate, right? How do we get people to stay beyond 3 to 4 months? And I said, do you guys want to know the answer? Everyone's like leaning in, like, yeah. I said this, add a 0 to your pricing, add a 0. Because the reality is if it was $500 a month instead of 50, people will show up very differently. Now you won't have the same volume, but you'll have way more commitments. Anyways, so that's that. So philosophically for me, this is why I'm all in on coaching, because I truly care about helping people. And I understand that most people left to their own devices are not going to do anything. I'm no different. I have a gym in my house. I could work out every single day, which I do for the most part. I also work with a trainer twice a week. Why? Because I know he will make me do things I'm not going to do on my own. 1 more rep, 10% more. And that's what I want. I want to grow. I want to get better. I want to challenge myself. Another thing that I think is really important here around just kind of considering these 2 ideas, and it depends, community. Okay. So we all know that AI is a big thing. It's only going to become bigger. Like AI is going to replace a lot of things, a lot of jobs, a lot of processes. It already has. Low ticket and high ticket here. I'm going to put this across both because here's how you protect against AI is community. Isolation kills, community heals. There are plenty of examples of low ticket memberships where the community is the thing, right? Amazing. Again, whether people show up in that community is a different story based on what they pay. But if you have a higher ticket coaching program and you have a group of clients, that community is the most important asset because those are people who are like in it to win it. They're all on the same page. They all have the same problem. They're all in the same direction. And no one, as I mentioned earlier, has this level of community in their life. I was reviewing a client's discovery or sales call a little while ago. And this lady, this client helps win and lose weight. So the woman on the call was talking about how she purchased a $97 online workout program. I won't mention the name just for the sake of privacy. And it's a really popular program, millions of customers around the world. And she said it didn't work for her because when she did the workouts in her living room, her husband was on the couch eating a bowl of potato chips. And I thought to myself, man, is that the product's fault or is that the environment you're in? And it's obvious. And it's also obvious why she was in the state that she was in because she doesn't have a community of people that are already where she wants to be. So she's fallen to the standards of her environment because we become a reflection of the people we hang around with. So if her husband is a fat slob, there is no way on planet Earth this lady is getting in great shape unless she's in a community of other people, of other women like her, who are all working their butt off, who are all positive, who are all moving in the same direction. And this is what you get to create and provide for your clients. And in my experience, you'll simply get a better level of engagement and community when people pay more. But this is one of the most important things to start to make sure your business becomes AI proof. Having a community is massively important. Okay, so we've talked about some of the differences, pros and cons of low ticket, high ticket. And there's probably some cons on the high ticket side that I haven't mentioned here, but I'm a little bit biased. So for the sake of time, we'll move forward. I want to talk about the economics of these 2 business models now. And so let's play this out. So let's say that your goal is to make 50K per month. Excuse me. So that's 600,000 per year. So how do we make that happen? So in a low ticket environment, let's say that you're selling something for $50 a month. Okay. So $50 a month. And our high ticket, we have a $5,000 coaching program. So 5K can be for 3 months, 4 months, it doesn't matter. Okay, so how many customers do we need at $50 a month to make $50,000 a month? And the answer is 1,000 customers per month. Okay, so That's a lot of people. Do you understand why if you have a 10 million person following on Instagram, that becomes a bit easier? But if you only have 1,000 or 500 or 79 people on your email list or social following, do you see why this is challenging? And you also see why, well, let me show you why it's challenging to run ads to this. If we have an offer that's $50 a month, how do we get people into this? You don't have a massive following, so where do we get these people? Well, we got to turn to ads. We got to get cold traffic to come into our world. So what does that look like? So we're running ads and we're going to go to an offer. Whether you have an opt-in page or directly to the offer itself is irrelevant. I'll just show you what the breakdown will look like. Let's say that if you are lucky, 0.5% of people, so 0.5% of visits buy, right? So for every, whatever the math, like 200 visitors, one buys. I think that's what the math is. So here, and so 0.5% conversion rates into purchase. And let's say that at the ad level, you're paying 50 cents cost per click. Okay. So in order to have 1,000 customers, considering you need the conversion rate's 0.5%, which is again, being generous from cold traffic, but let's just play with it. You need to spend $100,000 in ads to make $50,000 in revenue. Do you see the problem here? The problem is that that leaves you in the hole 50 grand. So that's a $50,000 loss in this example. That doesn't sound like a game I want to play. Let's look at the high ticket scenario for a second. Okay, so $5,000 coaching program, we need 10 clients per month. Now, right away, that seems more feasible. Yeah, okay, it's a higher price point. Not everyone's going to say yes. We get that. But just volume-wise, it's so much more digestible. So again, we're going to assume that you don't have a big following. We'll just put that to the side for a second. And I'll just show you what the average numbers could look like with our clients with this type of model. So let's again assume that in this case, we're going to add opt-in to watch a webinar, okay? So let's say that 0.5% of leads become clients. That's a pretty low number. So like if you collect 100 leads, not one client. If you collect 200 leads, that's one client, okay? So lead to client rates, that's one of the metrics we track, 0.5%, okay? Which is, again, you'd want to be shooting for 1.5% to 2% general, but let's just even go lower, 0.5%. And let's say that you're paying $5 cost per lead, okay? And we know that in order to get 10 clients, based on the math we've shared here, so we have 2,000 leads, right? 0.5% of 2,000 will be 10. And so the ad spend on that, so $5 cost per lead times 2,000 leads equals $10,000 in ad spend to make 50 grand equals plus 40K profit. So which model seems smarter or more sustainable? Well, obviously it's the high ticket one. And so this is the thing, like a lot of people don't understand this because they think that, you know, low ticket's easy, it's less money, people are like a no-brainer. It's not. I'm telling you, it's just as hard to sell something for $10 or $100 as it is to sell something for $5,000. In fact, it can be easier to sell something high ticket because you're actually speaking to people on the phone or on Zoom. So you build a relationship, and conversions very often come from conversations, and probably even more so now because of some of the stuff we'll talk about in the marketing chapter around an erosion of trust that's happened since COVID. So I'm not here to tell you what you have to do. I'm here to give you the information so you can make a more informed decision for your business. The only time I don't recommend high ticket is if you fundamentally hate people. So if you want nothing to do with talking to someone, like this was my thinking when I came online in 2005. I spent 7 years one-on-one in the trenches every single day. I was burnt out. I fucking hated people. I'm like, I don't want to talk to anyone anymore. I want to write an ebook. I want to chill, laptop lifestyle. That was my thinking. So I took the low ticket route, and it was a friggin' grind because I thought low ticket was going to be so easy. Like, yeah, people would just buy a book for $40. increase the volume, we're good. Trust me, it was not easy. You have to build all these complicated funnels, increase average order value, then you got to get massive exposure, then the margins start to shrink, and then you have to build the team operationally for customer service and all sorts of other stuff. It's not necessarily easy just because it's less expensive. So both these business models have pros and cons. You just have to figure out for you what resonates the most. And high ticket, like again, I love coaching people, but I also don't spend my time coaching one-on-one. That was what I escaped in the first place. So now we've helped thousands of clients, but I don't spend any more than a handful of hours on delivery on a weekly basis. So if you're thinking to yourself, I'm a health practitioner, I'm a therapist, I'm a coach, how do I scale to these numbers without doing one-on-one? Well, we'll talk about that a little bit more. But please understand that there are ways to build that type of infrastructure around you so your clients actually get better results without relying on your time. Okay, so with all of that said, I want to walk you through the 3-pillar model that we use with our clients. Again, higher ticket model. So if you have a coaching business, this is going to be the operating system, if you will, the roadmap. We call this the $1 Million Coaching Roadmap. That will be the chassis, if you will, of your business. I actually have a separate video. The link will be in the description below that goes more into detail around this. So I'm just going to brush on this here. But if you're a health expert or coach and you want to build a coaching business or take your coaching business to the next level, the link for that is in the description, and I'll give you a bit of a deeper dive walkthrough along with a really cool scorecard to audit these different areas of your business. But just quickly here, we have 3 main pillars: attracting leads, converting clients, delivering results. These are the 3 pillars that have to happen or have to be in place in order for you to make more money, have more time, and have more impact. Okay, if one of these is missing, it's like driving a car on a flat tire, or you're just not going to get very far. Now, each of these pillars has systems that need to be installed in order for the business to work like a really well-oiled machine. So for instance, what is your offer? How do you craft an offer that more people say yes to? That's really important. We have a process called the offer hexagon that helps with that. Flooding pipelines. So once you have an offer, you know what the price is, all that kind of stuff. How do you get people coming into your world? Well, as I talked about, we have our perfect client pipeline, which is more ad driven. We also have our organic content machine, which is more organic, right? So if you're posting stuff on social, there are ways to do that to make better content in less time that engages with people to bring them into your world. So paid and content are the 2 primary ways to bring people into your world. There are systems to do this for nurturing leads, to get people to book calls, for them to show up, how to have the conversation with them. There are systems that we want to install into a business, and under delivery, building curriculum, cultivating community, systemizing coaching, so that you don't become the bottleneck in your own growth, right? The growth of the business should not be dependent upon you or your time. So how do we create leverage on the delivery side that allows your clients to get better results with less of your time? Well, there's systems and frameworks for that. So this is what we help our clients install into their businesses, and then we coach them through that every step of the way. The thing to understand is, if you're a coach or a practitioner or therapist, your business is not going to grow based on your technical expertise. It's not about that. Like, that will get you to a certain point based on word of mouth. Like, you'll have people fall into your lap, that's fine, but you hit a ceiling. You probably know that. To grow the business, you have to become as good in business as you are a practitioner. And the business is not about you doing everything, but the business is a collection of systems. The way I look at business is a collection of systems that produce a profit for the owner independent of the owner's presence. Remember, it's not to say you don't care about your clients, you do, but you've built this machine that is a compilation of various systems, and these systems work independent of you to produce outcomes. A system stands for saves you serious time, energy, and money. If you don't have a lot of time, well, you're probably lacking a system somewhere. If you don't have enough money, well, there's probably a system to help with that. And so when we look at how to help someone go from where they are to where they want to be, we're looking at what are the systems that need to be installed, because these systems are going to allow you to build a business that works for you instead of you building the business every step of the way and being the cog in the wheel. When we look at, higher ticket or service-based coaching, a lot of times people buy themselves a job, right? So if you're a practitioner and you got a brick and mortar, you purchase the job. unless you're able to produce outcomes for patients and clients without being there. When I look at a lot of franchises, they'll spend $1 million to open up a franchise for whatever it is, like burger joint or burritos. And a lot of times the owner is the one making the burritos. I'm like, dude, you bought yourself $1 million friggin' job. Then you're probably going to pay off for the rest of your life. Unless you purchase the franchise, you're chilling somewhere else, and then you have other people making the burritos for you. So whether it's a brick and mortar or an online coaching business, you have to build a business that works independent of your input. But here's the thing. It's not to say that you can't do anything or shouldn't do anything in the business. You have to find your zone of genius. What do you love to do the most? Like, I love this stuff. I love teaching. I love sharing content. I love working with my clients in a way that feels good for me. I love building a great team. I don't want to do anything else. So we understand what is our zone of genius, and we start to build a collection of people and systems and infrastructure around us to allow us, the founder, to spend our time in our zone of genius. And that's when business becomes a lot of fun, because I work more now than I did as a burnt out personal trainer and nutritionist. But I don't feel burnt out, because burnout stems from doing work that you hate. But when you work hard on stuff you love, it doesn't feel like work. I'm like, what else am I going to do? Am I going to just chill in the backyard, hang by the pool? No. I'm always thinking about, how do I continue, how do I keep giving? I want to give and give and give and add value. I want to contribute. I want to accomplish things, but I don't want to do work I hate. And I'm sure you're probably the same. And if you want to work less, that's cool too. I don't have to work. I mean, I could just chill. I could play tennis all day, but I know for me personally, I can do that to a point, but then I want to help others. And so for you, if you want to retire or not retire, most of the clients that we work with, they love growth, they love contribution. They don't necessarily want to retire from what they do because they have a big purpose for why they do what they do, but they simply want to do less of what they don't like doing and more of what they do enjoy doing. And that's why having this type of ecosystem or this type of business model can be very helpful for doing that. So one thing, I'll just finish off on the model here, because again, if you're a practitioner, therapist, or coach, service provider, the biggest bottleneck in any service-based business is going to be service. So, or the delivery. So let me show you what I mean by this. If this is flow of leads, client, potential business opportunity, there is going to be a point of constriction somewhere. And this is the constraints. Think of a hose, a garden hose. You can crank up the water all you want, but nothing is going to go through that hose, or very little will go through the hose if there's a kink in the hose. So very often that constraint is delivery. And that delivery constraint is tied to lack of time. So you have little time, you can't take on more opportunity. And this creates things like a suffering list. Some people call it a waiting list, but the reality is if people who need your help have to wait for months, they're suffering and they're probably gonna go somewhere else. So you can't take on more business because you're supply constrained. And so how do we unbottleneck this? Well, number one is we don't focus on marketing. We don't focus on lead gen. We have to deal with the constraints. And so we have to look at, okay, where are you spending your time on delivery? How do we open that up so that we can, like if you're capped at, let's say 10K a month and you can't take on more clients, please understand, you can't grow your business. If delivery and time is your major constraint on the back end, you're not growing your business beyond 10K. That's just where it's going to stay, unless you fix this constraint. So let's look at how we do that. So if you are supply constrained, we tackle that with the 3 M's. There's a lot of M's in this video. So the first M is money. Can we increase pricing? Can you charge more? Because for the same amount of time, you make more. That's step number 1. 2, which we're going to talk about right now, is the model. How can you address the model so that you can handle 2x, 3x, 5x as many clients without compromising the results? And 3rd, which we'll talk about last in this video, is manpower or people, team. The problem though And why a lot of people in a service-based business start to kill their margins is because they actually do this in a completely different way, or they only do one of these, which is this. They only focus on hiring people. But what I've seen happen is people who are making, let's say, 10 or 15K a month, they start hiring coaches and practitioners and people to support them on delivery, and now their margins get killed. And now they're not even paying themselves. And I see this all the time. Listen, we've helped thousands of practitioners, and like they'll make 15, 20K a month. I'm like, cool, is that business revenue or is that take home? They're like, no, like I take home if I'm lucky, 3 to 5K. I'm like, dude, you're like, why? Like you have huge overhead in the brick and mortar, or you have a business online and you're way overpaying for all these people who you don't need, when we have to address these things in order. Increase your prices, change the model, then hire. So let's look at how we address the model. I call this the 3 C's, and it looks like this. So number 1 is we need to build a curriculum. A curriculum is only possible if you have a single target market. So remember when we talked about that, right? Everyone's on the same train, on the same track, going to the same destination. Therefore, what you repeatedly say over and over and over again can be documented and recorded into very bite-sized videos or exercises that help people behave differently, not consume hours of content. Like as an example, this video would be a terrible idea inside of a paid coaching program. It's a lot of information, right? Instead, we want to give people very bite-sized, actionable things that are going to help them build better skills and better habits. And that's what the curriculum allows them to do. In my situation, I work with our clients right now about 3 hours a week. But our clients actually get more time with me than if I did one-on-one. And how that's possible is because they're going through the curriculum that I have built. I'm on video, walking them step by step through the process. So I have had clients that are like, Yuri, it's good to finally meet you. If I meet them on Zoom or in person for the first time, they're like, man, I feel like I've been sleeping with you for the past 6 months. I'm like, huh. And what interesting, they're essentially on their laptop, in their bed, or at their office, or on their couch, and they're watching me take them through the process. So they get more of me than if they got me one-on-one. And that's the same with your clients. So the goal here is to detach your time from client results. And this curriculum gives you leverage. And that leverage buys you a tremendous amount of freedom. And at the same time, allows your clients to get results even when they're not with you. The second thing, which we've talked about, is community. So as you build a group of clients, we bring them together. And that community, once again, gives them a tremendous amount of support. And it, again, buys you more freedom, because they don't need you for everything, like the motivation, the questions. They have other people to support them with that. And then finally, on top of this, we have coaching. So this is where, you're going to provide the clarity, the insights, accountability, etc. And the coaching, notice like the size of these different parts of the wedding cake, if you will. Curriculum is the base. Coaching is not the base, right? If you have a coaching conversation with a client, let's just say it's one-on-one, and that is the only way you help people, you're missing out on the big unlock here. You want to be able to have people consume and spend more of their time without you than with you. And I know that sounds backwards if we care about helping people, but just follow me on this. You should be so good at what you do that you're able to extract what you do and productize it. Productization of expertise is known as IP, or intellectual property. That's what your curriculum is. This is what builds the value in your business, because now this is a system. Saves you serious time, energy, and money. People can still move through without your involvement. Intellectual property, it's how do I help someone go from here to there? Let me just start documenting this stuff out. Let me put this into some training videos, some specific behaviors they're going to do at the end of each one to improve their situation. Then coaching can be a group coaching call, right? You have 5 clients, 10 clients, 50 clients, doesn't matter. Once a week, you jump on a call. There's a specific framework for how to do that. but that could be one time a week. You have 50 clients, 1 hour. That's an example of leverage. Or if you're still adamant about doing one-on-one, totally cool. But you don't need a 1 hour conversation. In my experience, 1 hour coaching calls is 40 minutes of story and 20 minutes of actionable stuff. So let's just cut the story out, which doesn't serve anyone, and let's just get to the action. And we have a process for how we conduct those one-on-ones, which again is called the 3 C's: confidence, challenge, commitment. What's working well? Let's celebrate the wins. Where are you currently stuck? And what are you committed to fixing or doing by the next time we speak? 20 minutes? Let's go. We don't need an hour. Tell me about what's going on, backstory. No, that's fine if you love wasting your time and draining your energy. But if you want to move your clients to results, it needs to be focused on forward momentum. So this is an example of a model that can help free you from time constraints. And therefore, what this does, if we just reshift this a little bit, is it allows more. So we've widened this gap a little bit. It allows more people to come through because now you can handle more for the same amount of time. So when it comes to business models, I love thinking through this because it's kind of like system thinking. And I think I'll just finish this, a really cool visual example of this is McDonald's. If you've watched the movie The Founder, and if you haven't, it's such a good movie for on so many levels. But there's one scene where they're on a tennis court. This is the early founders of McDonald's. And they're orchestrating everyone as if they're in the kitchen on the tennis court. And if you look at it from above, it's like this beautiful orchestration of this system, right? 2 steps right, 2 pumps of mustard, go this way. And that's essentially the model that they're building. And that was the model that allowed McDonald's to create fast food at a time when fast food didn't exist. It wasn't about having a better burger. It was about having a better model. Because when you have a better model, you can impact more people, you can buy back more time, and you can make more money. Now, speaking of money, we're going to move on to chapter 3, which is all about money. Okay, let's go get a refill on the coffee, shall we? I'm gonna head to the kitchen. I don't know about you, I enjoy coffee. It's a lot of fun. Today, we are drinking Starbucks Pike Place. Gonna get a little refill here. Most of my day is like liquid, either starts with coffee, green juice. That's how we roll. Yeah, so we're all set. If you had your coffee or your water, let's get back to it. Okay, let's talk about money. That's what it's all about, right? Kind of, but not really. Anyways, I appreciate you being with me so far. Hope you're having a great time. We're just getting started here. I've got my coffee. Hope you're all set. Let's rock and roll. So I want to talk about money because it's important. It's an important measuring stick of your success in business and the impact you create in this world. When I was starting out, again, I was not very financially savvy. I didn't make a lot of money. I didn't keep a lot of money. And so I want to share some stuff here that I've learned over the years to go from like dead broke to a decamillionaire by 41. And more importantly, how I've helped others create financial freedom in the service of other people. So the first thing I want to help you understand, if you don't already think like this, is that money is a measure of impact. If we didn't have money, we would trade, I don't know, highlighters. Like maybe if we got paid in highlighters and we paid our mortgage in highlighters, this would be the measure of impact. And it's an exchange of value. So for a service rendered or a product, we pay money in exchange for the thing. So it's just like, it's an exchange of value. That's all this is. It's just irrelevant paper that we've deemed to be important. And so that's what money is. The thing though is that money amplifies who you already are. A lot of people believe that money is evil, that rich people are terrible, that they take advantage of others, right? And that's their worldview. And that's why those people stay broke. And there are also a lot of other people who believe that rich people are great. They do a lot of amazing things for this planet to make it better. They give jobs and opportunities for others. They give back, they invest, they improve things. Now, you have the choice to determine which of those beliefs you want to adopt. But here's the thing is, if you believe that money is bad and rich people are evil, you will not become wealthy because you will not become the very thing you despise. So You got to like tap into some of our, like what you're thinking, your belief systems, because you have in life exactly what you believe you deserve. You have exactly the amount of money that you believe you're worth. You have exactly in life what you are willing to tolerate. And a lot of these are based on your own belief systems. So let me ask you this. This is $10,000. Is this a lot of money? The answer might be yes, no, depends. Okay, is $10,000 a lot of money for a cup of coffee? Probably, right? Is $10,000 a lot of money for a 4-bedroom house in New York City? No. So money is always in context of value. And value is, to a large extent, in the eye of the beholder. But if millions of people have said owning a house in New York City is very in demand, that's something I would want, that increases value because more people want the thing. It's a supply and demand thing. Another way of looking at this is, let's say I had an iPhone and that iPhone's $1,500, okay? So if I said this iPhone, which I don't have in my hand, but if I did, is $25,000, you'd be like, you're crazy, man. Like, how dare you? But I'm like, hold on. This iPhone has all the contact information for the 100 most influential people on the planet. Country presidents, celebrities, business leaders. Does $25,000 seem like a lot of money? Now, no, probably not, depending on your values. Again, it's not about the thing, it's about the context, the value of the thing, right? When I talk about money, again, coming from a person who had a lot of money issues as a health expert who believed that I wanted to help everyone and that I can be a martyr in the service of other people and that I could help people for free and like whatever. Trust me, I've gone through my money mindset journey and I'm at a point in my life now where my view of money is very different than it was 25 years ago. So I want to be able to give you that same gift because if you're a good person, which I believe you are, then I want you to be as rich as humanly fucking possible because you will do good with what you make because that's who you are. You're not going to go from being a good person to like an evil, conniving person because you have money. No, you're simply going to do more of what you do and who you are with more stuff. If you have issues around money, which we all do because we're all conditioned by other people early on, and unless your parents were like, hey, listen, like unless your parents were sharing these lessons with you, most of us didn't have parents like that, then we have to like rewire our thinking. I was on a drive a couple of years ago with 5 friends. We all had supercars. We went for a drive out in the country and we stopped in this small town and we just took a break, stretched the legs, parked the cars on the side of the road. And this lady drives by in a pickup truck and she rolls her window down and she says, "You fucking rich pricks." I'm like, what? Do you even know us? What are you talking about? But it was actually like, I'm like, wow, that one sentence told me everything I need to know about that lady. She's making assumptions about who we are and how we've made our money based on the fact that we have supercars. And that's why a lot of people stay stuck in life, right? They have these worldviews of money, that money is bad and evil and so forth. And you can't build a great business if you have that belief system. You will not move in the direction of something you despise. So that's the first idea I want to share with you around money, just kind of like from a belief perspective. Now, when it comes to business, there's a difference between profit, revenue, and cash flow. We'll talk about all three. So revenue, how much money did you make? Like a lot of people talk about revenue. I make $1 million. I make $20 million, blah, blah, blah. Revenue feeds the ego. Profit feeds your family. So the example I gave earlier of the practitioner who's making 20 grand a month, but they're taking home like 3, that's an example. And I don't care how much money someone makes. I'm more concerned about how profitable they are because it's a reflection of how efficient their business is. And more importantly, you didn't get into business to not even pay yourself. So if you're making $1 million, great. What's the margin on that? What's the profit? And when I say profit, you can look at it 2 ways, profit before tax or profit after tax. But as the owner of your business, you have the ability to take net free cash flow out of your business to do whatever you want with. So you can invest in other things. You can reinvest in the business. You can take it out and go to Vegas. I don't care. But if you don't have profit, well, you're going to be working very, very hard and constantly ask yourself, why am I doing this? So profit over revenue. We have to keep the main thing the main thing. Now, in a coaching business, I'm just going to make a blanket statement. You want to be aiming for bottom line profit. So EBITDA, so net income before paying tax, of at least 50% minimum if you're at $1 million or less. And that's being very generous. I'm talking about even if you're running ads. If you are running a coaching business and your net income, your profit at the bottom is anything less than 50%, you seriously have to look at where you're spending your money. We have most of our clients in the neighborhood of, again, that 100,000 to $1 million per year. They're running profit margins, bottom line profit of 70% or more, and they're running ads. So once you start scaling the business to 5, 10, 15, 25, et cetera, those margins are going to come down a little bit because you're going to hire people. There's less efficiency as you scale sometimes. But if you don't have efficiency early on, you're going to scale something you hate. What's the point of building a business? It's $100 million if your margins are 5%. Now you might say, okay, $5 million on 100 million is not bad at all, which to be honest, Starbucks, they run 11% net profit. So doesn't sound like a lot. McDonald's, they're close to 50, I think they're 45 to 50% profit. Crazy as a company. That's unbelievable to have that level of profitability. And it's a good measure of the efficiency of that system. But you might say, okay, Starbucks, 11% profit. That's crazy. That's nothing. But remember, when we're talking to like billion-dollar companies, 11% is a lot of money, right? But anyways, understand that your percentage margin will typically go down as you scale. But remember that the percentage is less important than the actual dollar amount. Because again, I would be okay having a billion-dollar business with 10% margins. That's $100 million profit, okay? But again, for this conversation, I'm just saying percentage-wise, you want to be shooting for 50% or higher if you're under $1 million. For sure, no ands, ifs, or buts. Okay, let's talk about cash flow. Cash flow is king, especially when you are I'll just share this from my previous business. When you are in a product-based business, supplements, supply chain stuff, cash flow is very important. So if you have to put in an order for 1,000 new units of a supplement, we had a greens powder and a protein powder as an example, that's like an outlay of cash. Okay, so let's say you put $100,000 in inventory. That's gonzo. Now, what do companies do in those cases? Well, they negotiate terms. Can I get a net 30, net 60, net 90? So I don't have to pay you $100,000 up front. I can pay you 20 now and 80 later, because the more cash you can hold on to, the more cash you can use in the business. And so cash flow is the oxygen of your business. If you run out of cash flow, it's like you've gone to outer space without an oxygen mask. You're done. So never, ever, ever run out of cash flow. And cash flow, to think of it this way, is what's the money in your bank account, right? So your balance sheet, you've got your profit and loss statement, you've got your balance sheet. Your balance sheet is a better indicator of cash flow. It's the amount of money in your bank account at any given point. You know, if you think about someone pays you $10,000, they can pay you up front or in payment plans over 10 months as an example. As the business, you want to capture as much of that as possible. That's why there's typically an incentive to pay in full. 20% is a good incentive to get people to pay in full. Because if you have $10,000 in cash, I would much rather have $10,000 cash than $100 bills every month for the next 5 years. It's better for the customer, right? But this is the irony. Most people want to hold on to their cash. And we're much more optimistic about future money than current money. So if you're like, hey, it's $10,000, most people are like, I don't want to give you $10,000. How about I give you like 100 now and 100 later and 100 later? Because we have this pain of loss, this pain of disconnect. So as the business owner, we want to collect as much cash up front. Some people like having MRR, monthly recurring revenue, which is great. Like the whole idea of passive income, let's just kibosh that, doesn't exist in an active business. Why people like monthly recurring revenue is if you have a sticky business model where people actually agree to continue paying you, that's nice. Like if you have $1,000 from 100 different clients, that's a nice recurring revenue on a monthly basis. But the challenge is if your business model requires a lot of cash up front, for instance, like advertising, then you have to make sure you have enough cash to liquidate the ad spend. So having a pay in full option for people to pay you 10 grand up front and a payment plan can be beneficial. Most people will probably take the payment plan, but if you give them a good incentive to pay in full, you can capture 20 to 40% of those clients to give you that money up front. And that can make up all the difference to help you continually invest in your marketing to fuel the business. And we'll talk more about that in the next chapter. So that's cash flow around pay in fulls, payment plans. With respect to payment plans, keep them really simple. Pay in full option, monthly payment option. If you charge $3K pay in full, your payment options might be a bit more expensive. So $1,200 a month times 3, that's $3,600. Or if you want to save a bit, you can pay in full for $3K. Typically, a 20% discount incentive is a good incentive for a pay in full. Okay, so that's about how we kind of bring money in. Now, one of the things that I wish I had known earlier on in my business was, okay, once I receive money, what do I do with it? How do I keep more of it? Because I don't know about you, when I started working, I was a bartender and I sold appliances. Those are my first 2 jobs. And I don't have any money to show for that. That sucks because I made, for a moment, some pretty decent coin. If I went and bartended tonight, I'd make $500 cash. Like, I probably just blew it the next day. I had no idea how to do any of that stuff or how to manage money. The first personal development seminar I ever went to was the Secrets of the Millionaire Mind, or the Millionaire Mind Intensive by T. Harv Eker, which was awesome. It was actually my first experience to personal development, and it was a bit of a pitch fest, but I loved it because I was taking notes of how are they pitching people, what are they selling. It was really good learning. And one of the things that he taught in that seminar was the idea of having different buckets. So when money comes in, you have a play account, you have an operating expense account, you have a profit account, you have a tax account, you have different buckets that you can set up based on different labels that you want to give them. And at the time, I was making little to no money as an overworked, underpaid personal trainer. But I remember committing to this process and I was like, cool, this is fun, right? So at the time I had more cash than I, had money in my bank. So I'd take coins and dollars and I'd put them into these different buckets, like physical buckets in my room. And my wife and I had a play account. And the idea with the play account was to blow it every month. Like whatever amount of money was in there, you had to spend it no matter what. And the idea was, even if you're not wealthy, you get to experience living wealthy for a moment. And I love that idea. And I'd strongly encourage you to consider that if you've not done this before, no matter where you are in your journey. So I remember the first time we blew our play accounts. We had $250 saved up. Now you allot whatever percentages you want. It could be 25% in play or 10%, or we'll talk about that in a second. But we had $250 in this play account. And we went out for dinner one night to a cool wine bar in Toronto. And at the time, didn't do that stuff. So we went out and I remember looking at the menu and I'm like, I have to spend $250. Steak, $65, $70, no problem. We'll get a bottle of champagne. And we were just like ballers. It was so good. We actually started creating a photo album of all these memories of these different experiences. So we had the receipt from this one wine bar. We had the label around the champagne in the photo album. And for 2 hours of that dinner, I totally forgot about the fact that I was broke. And I felt as if I was already a financially free multimillionaire. And that alone is worth experiencing, because when you've experienced that, you start to feel that you can create this. And we started doing that every quarter in different ways. And it was the most unbelievable feeling because there was no guilt of spending the money. You said, no, I've got this money, I have to spend it. And so over time that changed. Like every quarter back in the day, I'd go on a shopping spree and I'd buy a new wardrobe, because I really enjoyed my dad was in retail, so I enjoyed fashion and so forth. And then I got to the problem, like, why am I buying these new wardrobes every quarter when all I wear are like shorts and jeans or a t-shirt? And I was like, well, I'm not gonna keep doing this. Anyways, whatever your thing is, I think it's a really fun routine to get in. So the whole idea was you have these different accounts or these different buckets. And then years later, I read an awesome book called Profit First by Mike Michalowicz. Tremendous book, and Mike is an awesome dude. Highly recommend it. And what I love about that book, and is the concept of that, is that you pay yourself first no matter what. So if you're making $100 or $100 million, right away, off the top of every dollar you bring in, you allot where that money's going. So in our business, we have a couple accounts: operating expense, so OpEx, profit for me, taxes. We have one other account that I don't even think we use that much anymore. So it's kind of changed over the years, but there's typically been like 3 or 5 different accounts that we've had. And so off every dollar that comes in, you allot percentages to those different accounts. So as we're going through this here, I want you to think about, at the minimum, you'll have 3 accounts. Operating expenses, that includes all of your expenses, including salaries. Profit, which is for you, the business owner, on top of your salary. That's what you get for taking the risk of running the business. And third, tax, okay? You never want to play catch up. It sucks. You're better off having the tax money in advance. So if you want to add another account on top of that, it could be a play account, you're more than welcome to do that. And so you allot percentages. So maybe your OpEx is 50%, tax 25%, profit 25%. It's basic, okay? So you make $100, 50 bucks into the operating expense account right away. 25 in the profit, 25 in the tax. Done. Move on. Every single time you have deposits into your bank, on a weekly basis, you accumulate those deposits, and let's say the total amount is 100 or 1,000 or 10 million, whatever it is, it's the same process. And I love doing this starting early, because if you can start doing this on $100, you'll do it on $1 million. But if you can't do it on $100, you're not going to do it on $1 million. So it's getting into the habit of being able to do this. I actually do this with my kids. The kids is a little bit different. So let's say that our kids get $20,000. They're not getting $20,000. But let's just use a visual example. So let's say they lose a tooth, and the tooth fairy comes along and says, hey, here's $20,000 under your pillow. What we do is we say 50% right off the top. Thank you so much. We're going to put this into investments for you for when you're 30. They don't even see this. They're like, here you go, Dad. Here's the money. Put it into savings. The 50%, you guys can go buy Lego. You can do whatever you want with. And so we get our kids into the habit of them physically giving us the money, so they feel the pain of disconnect, and also being okay with that, to recognize that we're building something bigger for their future. And also, they don't have any expenses right now. It's like, dude, you're 10, you're 14, you're 6. What are you going to do with this, right? Like, go buy an ice cream, buy Lego, whatever you want. But you don't need the whole amount. So we're getting into the habit of that because it's more of a habit than anything else. So this money management system, I love. And here's the thing, though. The principle at the top of this is you have to pay yourself first. What I used to do for many years was you make, let's just say, $1 million, and then you have expenses, and then you're like, oh, here's what I have left over. And this flips it. It's you make $1 million right off the top. I'm skimming the milk. I'm skimming the cream for me. I'm putting this into a profit account, and then I'm moving it out of my bank to somewhere else right away so I can't even touch it. Because now you're forced to work off the remainder. And you never get into a situation where you're not paying yourself. And remember, please understand the difference between what I'm saying here of profit and salary. You, as the CEO of your business, have to have a salary. Whether that's taken out pre-tax or after-tax, you can talk with your accountant. Because if you don't pay yourself a salary, then your profit is not true profit. Because if you hired a CEO and you pay them 250 Rand or 500 Rand or whatever it is, you would have to pay that amount of money. So whatever the amount of money is you should be paying as a salary to someone else, pay yourself. Now, it doesn't have to be 500,000 early on. But if you don't pay yourself a salary, then your numbers are not the true reality of what your business actually would do. So your salary is, whatever, 10K a month. But the profit is on top of that. So if you make 100,000 a month, 10% minimum off the top is in your back pocket as profit. Put it in a different account, invest it, do whatever you got to do, get it out. That, like in 10, 20, 30 years, that's your reward for doing everything you're doing right now. Then you have operating expenses, you have the stuff you have to take care of in the business. And if you can't work on that, then you got to improve some stuff in the business. You got to make more money, or you got to get rid of some expenses. And it's a really good barometer of efficiency. I love it. So it's paying yourself first, no matter what, having a minimum of 3, maximum of 5 sub-accounts, OpEx, profit, tax. And then if you want to have a play account, and maybe a savings for investments or something else you want to do in the business, you can have some separate accounts there. So like we used to do big events every year. We'd have a separate account just for that event. That would be one of our buckets. Now, final thing I'll mention on the money side of things is this whole idea of debt and credit. Okay, so when you invest in yourself, I have a lot of people that are like, hey, I'd love to work with you, but I don't have the cash. I'm like, who cares? Like, you don't need to have 10,000 cash ready to go. Do you have a credit card? No, I don't have a credit card. What? You run a business and you don't have a credit card? Let me guess, this is not a business, this is a little hobby. No one starts a restaurant, no one starts an airlines, no one starts any company on cash. It doesn't happen. It's usually mostly bootstrapped with a very small amount of cash, and it's credits. Unless you're a venture-backed company, which pretty much none of us are, you're not getting $1 million, $10 million in cash to play with. And if you did, you'd probably waste it. Not a good idea. Please understand that credit and debt is good for your business. I'm not talking about going to buy clothing and shoes. We're not talking about consumables that have no value. We're talking about investing in advertising and marketing, which you would pay Meta with a credit card. You're not going to send them a wad of cash in the mail. But well, what happens if I run ads and I don't make my money back right away? So what? Welcome to running a business. Let's say you pay $1,000 in ads and you're not able to cover that $1,000 for the next 6 months. For whatever reason, you're not able to get money back from that. So what? You pay 10 to 20% on $1,000 over the next 6 months? Let's just say that's another $1,000 in interest. Oh my God, what are we going to do? No, welcome to the world of building a business. That's why you pay yourself profit off the top for taking risks like this. And we'll talk about in the next section something we call CFA, or client finance acquisition, where you use debts to acquire clients and those clients pay off the debt. You don't need cash sitting in a briefcase to acquire clients. You also don't need cash to invest in yourself. I didn't have the cash sitting around when I hired my first coach. I put it on 2 credit cards, as I talked about earlier. I didn't have cash when I made those stupid mistakes of doing physical products and trade shows. I had a credit line. Now, in that case, wasn't the best choice. But every single time, I don't even remember the last time I paid for travel. I have tens of millions of points on my Amex. Do you know why? Because everything in my business runs on my Amex. And then guess what I do? I pay off the Amex every month. And I get to travel for free pretty much everywhere I go. So I'm not saying use debt or credit cards for travel points. That's a perk, but you don't need cash sitting around. Again, remember, cash is king. If you can hold on to the cash and leverage credit, you're much better off. If you have a mortgage, you have debt. You're paying 2 to 4% to the bank for the bank to lend you $1 million as a mortgage. Why would you pay that off? Why would you pay $1 million cash to cover 2 to 4% interest when you could invest that money or keep that money in your business and reinvest in growth, in people, and see 50 to 100% growth month over month? This is the thing I don't understand with most people. They have such an aversion to debt and credit that it keeps them playing so friggin' small. And I completely understand if we're talking about putting consumer debt on a credit card. Stupid idea. But in business, you have to be willing to invest in yourself even before you have the money. Because if you don't have the skills to pay the bills, you have to invest in yourself to build the skills. And when you have the skills, you pay the bills. This is the single biggest thing, right? Early stage entrepreneurs. Yuri, I'd love to work with you, but I'm not financially ready. No fucking shit, Sherlock. You're not financially ready because you don't have the skills to make the money. Yeah, okay, let me make the money first, and then I'll come back and pay you. No, dude, you don't understand. That's like me going to a trainer saying, let me lose the weight first, then I'll hire you. It's not how it goes. You don't have the money because what you've done up until now doesn't work. So you don't build the skills without investing in yourself first. Use credit if you have to. Buy a book, buy a course, hire a coach. Build the skills so you actually can make money, and then you pay off the debt. And then the further you grow in your business, 2 things are going to happen. 1, you won't need to rely on credit as much because you're just better at generating cash flow. But 2, even if you do, you're confident in your ability as an entrepreneur to pay off the debt relatively quickly. And remember, guys, I've spent easily $100,000 in interest alone in my 20 plus years in business. That's not something I'm proud of, but I also don't regret it because every single one of those investments in some way, shape, or form has gotten me to where I am today. So again, I'm not saying go crazy and put everything on a credit card. I'm also saying use credit to grow your business and invest in yourself because it's the ultimate return. The $100,000 you want to throw in your mortgage, keep the money in your business and reinvest it and let it compound. Your mortgage is sitting at nothing. But the growth you get by keeping that cash and reinvesting in your business is going to create financial freedom for you and the next generation if you do it properly. So I wanted to finish with this whole idea of debt as a weapon, not as a prison. It can be used to your advantage. Do not be afraid of using a credit card. Do not be afraid of going into a little bit of debt to build your future. If you have money sitting in an IRA or a 401k or in the stock market making nothing, be willing to take some of that out and invest in your skills and invest in your business. It will produce a far greater return than anything you were investing in. But if you're unwilling to do that, ask yourself, what am I afraid of? If you invest $10,000 in yourself, are you really going to lose anything? No. If you let that money sit in an account that's making you a couple % a year, what you lose is time, right? You think that's safe, but what you're really losing is time. You can always make more money, but you can never make more time. So that's the chapter on money. Now, the next chapter, we're going to look at how do you make more money? We're going to look at marketing and sales in the next chapter. So in this chapter, we're going to look at marketing and sales, which are the ultimate growth multipliers of your business. So I want to start off by walking you through the three main bands of skills you need to acquire as your business grows. And again, I'll just draw this out on the iPad so it's just visually easy. So when we're at the base of the business, and when I say base, I'm talking about honestly anything under 500K per year in revenue, it's all about M&S, marketing and sales. This is the one skill you have to get good at, and this is the one skill you should never outsource at this stage of business. I see so many people, experts, who just want to work with their clients and patients, and they outsource the most important part of their business, which is generating new business, assuming your delivery is awesome. You can't outsource this. Down the road, yeah, not in the first $500,000. So from about 500K to, let's call it $1 million, ops becomes important. So operations, systems, infrastructure, things get a bit more complex. That becomes important. Again, I cannot stand ops and admin. I don't get involved in this, but you have to understand the higher level thinking and organization of that so that eventually at this point, you'll probably have someone supporting you. Maybe it's a business manager, project manager, someone in ops, or a higher level admin. We'll talk about the hiring stuff in our final chapter together, but this will be important. This is kind of the glue that keeps the business together. And then again, this is a rough estimate of revenue, but above about $1 million, leadership becomes the big thing. So at $1 million, it's, again, you maybe with AI now, maybe you can get closer to $1 million by yourself. But as you scale beyond $1 million, 3, 5, 10, it becomes about people, and leadership becomes very important. So we'll talk about that in the final chapter together. But what I want to focus on here is marketing and sales, because especially if you're a health expert, as I mentioned before, what got you here is not going to get you there. Your expertise is not good enough to grow your business. I was an amazing trainer, an amazing coach, an amazing health expert when I came online, but no one gave a shit. No one cared because they didn't know I existed. And so if we can't get ourselves out there, then none of the stuff is going to matter. It doesn't matter how good you are if no one knows who you are. So marketing is everything. I want you to write that down. Marketing is everything. What is marketing? It's storytelling to a certain extent. It's about messaging that connects with the right people. It's about being able to share your truth in such a way that other people see themselves or resonate with your philosophy. Marketing is more about what you believe than what you know. This is a big opportunity, I think, for a lot of experts. I think all of us in some way, shape, or form want to become thought leaders. We want to become the leaders in our respective markets. And if that's the case, you got to share your thoughts. You have to document your thoughts. You got to articulate your philosophy and get clear about what you stand for and stand against. But so many people are relying on vanilla content, trying to please everyone, using copy-paste garbage out of ChatGPT. That's not what marketing is. That's lazy, and that's not going to get you anywhere. As the world becomes more sophisticated, and as AI becomes more prominent in pretty much everything people do, the people who separate themselves, and I'll just make it very simple for you, okay? You're going to have everyone And then you're going to have you. And you meaning a select group of people who actually think. And the big separator is wisdom. Wisdom. It's taking a second to share your insights, to think about things differently, to share perspective, to get people thinking differently than how they have been. So in a world that is being overtaken by AI and speed of execution and content, whether it's ads, emails, content, and it feels very robotic, the ability to like sit back for a second and really think about how you see things is going to be very important. So I'll dive a little bit deeper into that as we go forward. But fundamentally, marketing is important because if they don't know you, they can't do business with you. If no one knows who you are, it doesn't matter how good you are. So we all know a lot of not so smart people who've done very well in business, and we know a lot of smart people who no one knows about. And if you have the smarts, if you have the expertise, if you know how to get client results, then it's your duty to get yourself out there, because not doing so is being selfish. It's playing small and you're not helping anyone. Another way to think about marketing, especially if you're a health expert, is the following. So when I work with clients, they typically fall into one of two categories. I want to spend more time with my patients and clients, which I'm not sure if that's the truth, to be honest, because that's what kind of burnt them out in the first place. But the second thing is they're like, I don't want to do this marketing stuff. I just want to get on podcasts and speak on stage and write books and create videos and share my message. I'm like, dude, what do you think marketing is? That's marketing. So marketing is obviously the stuff we've talked about already, but anything you say, anything that comes out of your mouth or anything you type onto a keyboard that is shown publicly is marketing. That's why I say that marketing is everything. Everything you put out to the public is marketing. So another way to look at this is, if this is the flow, right, of how people come through, we do that. You have the marketing, sales. So this is marketing, this is sales, and this is delivery. Now, quite honestly, delivery can be a lot smaller because the reality is marketing is going to impact far more people than your delivery ever will. And the better you market, the less you have to sell. But if you don't do any marketing, and marketing is here, then you have to work a lot harder in sales because people don't know, like, and trust you yet. So here, sales has to become a much bigger piece of the puzzle. And if you don't enjoy selling, which most people don't, I love selling. I don't necessarily like doing it. I don't like spending my time doing it, but I love selling because, as we'll get into, selling is coaching. But the better you market, the less you have to sell, right? Like, I'll give you an example. If you watch this entire video, I'm willing to bet that you're going to have a little bit more trust or have a little bit more affinity to myself and my brand than if you didn't watch this video. So if you ever wanted to work with us and all you did is watch this and maybe some other videos, do I have to work as hard to twist your arm to potentially work with us? Probably less than if you didn't watch this. So it makes sense. Like, the more people consume of your stuff, right? The more Kool-Aid they drink, the more likely they're going to want to drink more Kool-Aid. People spend their time and their money on things that are important to them, okay? The more time people spend with you, the more likely they are to spend on you. So if you can get people to consume more of your stuff and spend more time on brand, they're much more likely to do business with you. And I'll talk about why this happens in a moment. So part of why this is a fact of reality is a really interesting cognitive bias called the mere exposure effect. And so the mere exposure effect tells us that anything we see over and over and over again, we attribute more value to. This has been shown in almost every single presidential race. The candidates who spend the most amount of money on advertising or media exposure win. I think it was again, I'm Canadian, I don't know the US politics as much as Americans would, but the first time that, I think it was Obama and Romney, I don't know if it was 2012, Obama spent nearly 3 times as much in advertising as Romney did. Therefore, he won. Now, again, I'm not saying it's cause and effect, but it's highly correlational. You could have all sorts of, their politics were different, they had different points of view, all that stuff. I understand that. But here's the thing, is consistently when Trump ran against Clinton, he had, it was like several $1 billion worth of free media coverage. Good or bad, he was just, seen. Clinton had less than 700 million. And so it was like he dwarfed his exposure relative to hers. So again, whatever we see more of, we feel is the best option. We feel is more valuable. Why does this happen? It happens because in our primitive wiring at a very, very basic reptilian level, we are always looking for safety. And when we see something or someone over and over again, it tells us that this is a safe, certain solution. It's going to be around most likely because we've seen it around for some time. So that's why if you just show up once in a while, it doesn't breed a lot of confidence in the marketplace. But if you are constantly in front of people all the time, content, ads, emails, whatever, a lot of people think that that's going to annoy people. No. It's necessary to even get their attention. A lot of people talk about, attention's the new currency, Okay, so attention, it's important, but we're not here to bait and switch people. I don't think we're in the business of doing stupid videos on TikTok or Instagram just to get lots of shares and likes. We want to generate business, right? We want what we're doing to turn into dollars in the service of other people. But there's a really, really important bridge that a lot of people do not think about. You can do whatever you want to get attention, but if that attention has nothing behind it, you piss people off. You have to build trust. Trust is the bridge between attention and people paying you money. And right now, since COVID, there's been a massive erosion in trust, and I'm going to get to that in just a second. But I want to come back to this mirror exposure effect. We've talked loosely about running ads and creating content. I talked about my first business being largely based on content and my current business largely initially based on ads. Advertising guarantees you visibility at the push of a button. The more you spend, the more people it's shown to. So if you want instant visibility, advertising gives you that. Now, a lot of people don't necessarily trust ads as much, right? That's just the way it goes. Because we know there's what's the hidden agenda? You're trying to sell me something. Otherwise you wouldn't be advertising, right? Content is king when it comes to building your brand. It is king, but it takes forever. And why is it king? Well, because it does this. It builds trust. In an advertisement, I don't have the luxury of spending several hours with a prospect, right? You're here, you're watching this out of your own volition. And what we're doing here is I'm adding value to you, hopefully, and we're building a bit of a relationship. We're building some trust. And eventually, if you want to know my sneaky scheme here, the reality is if I can help you for free, then maybe you'll build a bit more trust with me. And then maybe if you're a good fit and you want our help, potentially down the road or now, you may want to work with us. We get money in that exchange. We provide you with business growth. It's a loving relationship. That's the ulterior motive here. Okay? We all win. There's nothing being, there's no sneaky nonsense here. Okay. So let's talk about why marketing equals trust. If you want people to do business with you, they have to trust you. So in a marketplace, there's a really great book called Breakthrough Advertising by Eugene Schwartz. I'm trying to see if I have it on my bookshelf. Right here. I don't know if you can still buy this. It's a classic. Anyone who's been in copywriting or business typically will know this. And in this book, he talks about market sophistication and levels of awareness. There are, for the sake of this conversation, 5 important levels to be aware of. So 1 is unaware. And I'm going to talk about why this bleeds into trust in just a moment. Okay, so people who are unaware that they have a problem. They're like, I have no clue I have high cholesterol, as an example. Phase 2 is problem aware. 3 is they are solution aware. So they're aware of solutions. So let's just use the example of cholesterol. Cholesterol, unaware, I don't even know I've got high cholesterol, right? Not even aware of it. I'm just, eating butter and drinking oils, and it doesn't matter. Problem aware is like, oh shit. Went to the doctor and told me about high cholesterol or high LDL. Okay, so now I'm going to start looking for solutions because I want to solve this. So we look at potential drugs, medications, stuff like that. Lipitor, blah, blah, blah. Now we're aware of solutions. Eating better, Mediterranean diet, etc. Okay, cool. As we do the research there, we start to become product aware. So product aware is an example of like, okay, well, there's Lipitor, which is a product. It's a drug. It's, not really good for your overall health, but whatever. Doctors will just push it to you anyways. Product aware, I understand there's this and I understand there's that, and I've looked at that one and I can find reviews of that. Okay, and your solution, if you help people with cholesterol, might be in there somewhere. And then finally, we have most aware. And so these are people who, if you're selling like a coaching program, like these are people who've they've spoken to you already. They know what your thing is, and they know what your program's about. They know the price. They know what's involved. They know everything, but they haven't maybe said yes to working with you. Okay, so here's the deal: is in order for you to build trust in the marketplace, in a very competitive marketplace, I don't care what you do, you are not. I'd be willing to venture, none of us are operating in unaware markets. I don't think we should be, at least. I mean, it's very hard to sell a solution to somebody who doesn't even know they have a problem, right? So we're not really dealing with unaware markets. That's, we'll put that aside. So what we're really dealing with are people that are problem aware. They're aware they have a problem. But to be honest, I would even venture to say most people nowadays, they're not just problem aware. They've seen the solutions. So let's just take this off the list. What this means is that we are all operating in marketplaces that have seen it all. They've tried it all. They've seen every third or fourth post on social media as an ad for something to solve their thing. They've seen videos. They've watched stuff on TV. We are dealing with a very sophisticated marketplace. And when sophistication's high, differentiation plus trust must also be high. Okay, so hopefully you understand this. Differentiation. This sounds like something I've done before. This sounds like something I saw before. How is this different? How are you different than the 100 other people doing the same thing? This is really important. So when we're looking at marketing as trust, remember, when I talk about differentiation, people are looking at, okay, why is this, how are you different? And then why should I trust you? Right? And the thing with differentiation, and the reason this is important, is because the only reason, to be honest, people are going to actually take the next steps of working with you is because of something called the missing link. No one's going to pay you money if what you offer is exactly the same as what they just did. There needs to be something. There needs to be an angle, something unique about your process, something that they have not done before, because they need to be thinking to themselves, there was something in what I saw of yours that was the missing link. The missing link. I did a bunch of stuff, but there's something missing in there. And what that provides is hope. And hope is everything. Because hope comes from something that is perceived to be new. And the human brain is wired for novelty. That's why car companies like the Porsche 911, it looks the same every single year that they come out with a new model of the Porsche 911, but it's just new. And so people who have the old version want to upgrade to the new version because it's new. It's the same reason why the iPhone, is literally the same every single time it comes out, but there's one little thing that's new. Oh, we have better retina display, or now there's 3 cameras instead of 2, or the buttons, whatever, the screen is better, whatever it is. So the missing link gives people something, it's something new, and new means hope, and hope means new, okay? And this is very, very important in a marketplace where they have seen everything. So your marketing must share you plus difference. Okay, so number 1, you differentiate from everyone else by being you to the fullest. That's it. You can't be somebody else. That person's already taken. You have to be you. You got to share your beliefs, your philosophy, your opinions, your rants, the things you stand for, the things you stand against, the things that piss you off, the things that drive you crazy, the things that inspire you. All of you, the full version of you holistically. I mean, look at sports drinks, okay? So Prime by, I think it's Logan Paul. You have Mass, Messi. You have Body Armor, which I think is Kobe Bryant's. My wife was mentioning this yesterday. I don't know if that's true. You have 3 massive beverage brands that are built on the back of personal brands. The Gatorades and the Powerades, these kind of brands, they're a dying breed. Everything moving forward, Mr. Beast, right? He's a personal brand. And what is it about these people that people jive with? There's a variety of things, but you have, like, it could be your work ethic. It could be the way you look. It could be the way you talk. It could be the lifestyle you lead, but all of it needs to be shared to the level you feel comfortable sharing. You don't have to share your kids, your religious beliefs if you don't want to. You can if you want, but that's up to you. But the key is that plain vanilla how-to marketing is dead. It's dead. People want to know who you are. And why? Because they need to be able to trust you. And that trust can just come from like, hey man, this guy, like, he's got 4 kids. So do I. He's a dad like I am. Or he likes McLaren. I like McLarens. I've got one. I had 2. I sold the second one. Long story, different video. If you like Ferraris, that could be break and trust. I don't know. No hard feelings. McLarens are way better to drive. It's all good. So hopefully you get a sense of, like, you know, when I'm shooting this video, like, this, who I am here is exactly who I am in real life. Like, there's no difference. When people meet me in real life, they're like, dude, like, you're exactly the same as you are on the internet. I'm like, yeah, who else can I be? Right? Am I going to amplify myself a little bit online? Maybe, maybe not. I'm just going to be myself. So anyways, when you share you show your vulnerabilities. You share what's working for you. It's not always I'm on this pedestal and I've got everything figured out. People can't relate to that. So marketing is not just like how to do push-ups, how to make money, how to detox your liver. It's that to a certain extent, and also the flavor you wrap around your content with you as the creator, as the voice. And you always have to be thinking about, how can I introduce the same old stuff in new ways? And that's what creates something different. Because remember, the human brain is like, as soon as it says, I've seen that before, it's gone. We're out. Done. I'm not paying attention. Oh, this sounds like something I did before. I'm out. If people are asking you, how are you different? You're fucked. Okay? You sound like, how are you different from everyone else I've worked with? You're toast. Like, your marketing hasn't done a good enough job. And so you want to get to a point where your marketing, for the most part, which is largely automated, people can watch your stuff, read your stuff, consume your stuff. They get to the point where they're just like, I've watched all your stuff. I understand exactly how you're different. I love everything you talk about. Here's my credit card. That's the utopian scenario. If you're not there yet, then you know your marketing still has some room to go, right? And I've been online for 20 years. I'm still not there yet. And that's why this is a lifelong endeavor. This is not, I shouldn't say lifelong, but it's, you know, taking the long game. Like, don't think about, oh, how do I make money tomorrow? How do I build a brand that's going to last this, like, stand the test of time? Because when you take that long-term perspective, you make better decisions. When I started this YouTube channel, so remember the first 3 years of this business, we did nothing other than ads into the perfect client pipeline. Then a couple years ago, I was like, let's just start uploading some videos to YouTube. My previous business, we actually got to 300,000 subscribers on YouTube. So I knew a thing or two. YouTube has changed compared to 10 years ago, just an FYI, but it's still an amazing platform. So I started just like uploading randomly to YouTube without much rhyme or reason. It was more like a public Dropbox. And then about 2 years ago, I was like, guys, what if we, like, I really do think this is the future, right? Like what we're talking about here, building trust, adding value, like time on brand, stuff like that. I said, let's do this properly. And so we committed. I mean, if you look at the videos from the last 2 years compared to 5 years ago, they're a little bit different. And I said, I don't care what comes from this in the next 3 to 5 years. I do not care. Our business doesn't require YouTube to grow. I'm going to do what I feel is right. I'm going to put good stuff out there that I feel proud of. And I know in some way, shape, or form, it's going to land with the right people. And the thing is, I took a very long-term perspective on this because I'm thinking 5 to 10 years in the future, not 5 to 10 days in the future. And because of that, I'm not having to stress about this. I'm not having to push calls to action like, hey, by the way, click the link below and buy this thing at 50% off right now. There's none of that in any of my videos. It's like, hey, if you like this, Cool. See you in the next one, right? It's very, very chill. And anyways, because of that, because of this long-term approach, I believe that this channel will be huge. I don't know when, but I know it will be, because we're taking a long-term approach to this and just doing the right thing, which is just being authentic, adding valuable information, I hope, giving you guys insights to move quicker than maybe it took me to get where I am. And remember, the market will reward you if you just keep giving in some way, shape, or form. So difference. In some way, shape, or form, you have to show differentiation. So as I mentioned earlier, for us, we call these a proprietary process. It's like your unique mechanism, your secret sauce. So for us, one of them is what I talked about earlier, perfect client pipeline. It basically allows you to go from invisible to visible, to attract people who didn't know you exist into working with you largely on autopilot. And this has basically been the engine of our business and most of our clients' businesses for the past 8 years. So this is a mechanism or a process that helps differentiate us compared to other people. I'll give you some other examples. So how do you differentiate from someone else who does what you do? Okay, how about this? Experience. Someone's like, hey, Yuri, I'm thinking about you and some other coach. I'm like, oh, that's cool, awesome. Out of curiosity, have they been in the health space for the past 20 years and only working with health practitioners and coaches? The answer to that is no, because I'm the only person who's been in this space for 20 years doing this. 15 years, 13 years, 17 years, it's not 20 years. Okay, I've coached most of our competitors. Let's say they say yes. I'm like, awesome. Did they help 500,000 people to better health, right? 3 best-selling books, including a number 2 New York Times bestseller. And more importantly, help more than 1,300 practitioners add $217 million to their coaching business? Question mark? Probably not. No, right? You can copy our promise, but you can't copy our proof. So your experience is an important differentiator. The other way you can differentiate is obviously based on your market. So the longer I've been doing this, the more I've recognized that people, to a certain extent, care most about the fact that we help health experts. I've had realtors, mortgage brokers, all sorts of other business owners be like, hey, Yuri, can you help me with my business? I'm like, are you a health expert? They're like, no. I'm like, no, I can't. Watch my stuff on YouTube. You'll still get value from it. The stuff I teach our clients can work for any business, but we only work with health experts. And when we ask health experts, when we're talking, like, what was it about our stuff that resonated with you most? They're like, not all the time, but a large percentage is like the fact that you only work with health experts. I'm like, cool. So just the fact that, remember we talked about narrowing down to a single target market? Everybody wants a specialist. So even if you haven't articulated your proprietary process, your secret recipe for how you do what you do, if you can differentiate either based on your experience or just your target market in such a way that's fairly narrow, already you're ahead of the game. And so these are things that are important for you to be able to stand out, because that's really what this is, partly about. Is like, you have to get attention, but not just attention. You have to grab the attention and then use that to build trust to a point where people feel ready to work with you. That's it. So remember, if people are saying, I've seen this already, they're out. The other thing we have to think about with respect to marketing is marketing needs to speak their language. We work with a lot of health experts who are very smart, very cerebral. Oh yeah, like the mitochondria and the detox pathways and the interleukin-6 and like, dude, bring it down. The dumber you speak, the smarter you are. The dumber you speak, the smarter you are. Keep it simple, stupid. It doesn't mean you're dumb. It means you're so smart you can simplify complexity. So really speak to your audience as if you're speaking to a 10-year-old. Can you explain what you do to a 10-year-old kid? And if they're like, I don't understand what it is you're doing, okay, cool. Thank you for the feedback. Let me think about how I can simplify this. And so you don't have to be clever. You don't have to look smart. You will be smart in the eye of your market by being able to articulate what you do specifically as it pertains to how they benefit in a way that they actually understand. Okay? So ultimately, the you plus your differentiation are very important. And I'll finish with this on this point, is that people buy coaches, not coaching. I would, listen, like the right clients who are coming to you, they're not coming to you for your special recipe. They're coming to you because of something about you They like you, your personality. I don't know, you play the same sport, like something. And it's also a good benefit that you're great at what you do. But if you only rely on your expertise, you're missing a big part of the market that's not really going to jive with you. So people choose coaches, not just coaching. It's also why we have affinity to certain brands, whether it's Nike or Under Armour or Adidas. It's not the clothing necessarily. It's something about the ethos of that brand that we resonate with. And that's essentially what a brand is. You are the brand. And the brand is an association between two things, ideally one that is favorable for you. So that's why being very intentional with what you stand for, like what you're all about, is important to be able to communicate to the marketplace, because they need to know that, and it's going to give them more reassurance that you are the right solution just based on the fact that they just vibe with you, right? So let's talk about trust a little bit deeper here. And I want to show you how to build trust. Coming out of COVID, I started noticing a massive shift in how people showed up in life in general. There was way more skepticism. How it showed up in business was show rates went, like, when I say show rates, I mean people book a call with you and they don't show. So for us, pre-COVID, show rates were like 80%. After COVID, 60, 55, 50%. And it's been the same across every single coaching business that I'm aware of. So part of it is because there's been more coaching offers since COVID. So there's more options, right? Come here. People are aware of the products. They're aware of your product. They're skeptical because they're sophisticated. They've seen all the options. Nothing's worked for them. They're like, how are you different? Etc. So as a result of that, it's become harder than it used to be. But that's okay, because you just have to get better. Okay, so with that said, the ecosystem has changed. It's when I started this company about 8 years ago, add, webinar, application, phone call, close, no problem. Nowadays, it's a little bit different, right? So now, instead of it being just these 4 boxes, right, these 4 steps here, it's more of like that, and also the ecosystem around it. Because when people see our ads on Facebook or Instagram, they sometimes will just go to the next step, but a lot of times they'll open up a new browser, type my name in, type Health for Nerve, they'll go to YouTube, they'll see some stuff, bounce around, listen to a podcast, like the whole thing. And why are they doing that? Why do we do that? Because we as humans are terrified of making the wrong decision. Because God forbid, what does that say about us as an individual? It's like an attack to our self-identity. It's not true, but that's how we perceive things. So how do we minimize making bad decisions? We look for as much reassurance as possible. We look to the tribe for social proof, so we feel better about making whatever decision we're making. So with that said, how do we build trust? How do we use this to our advantage? So I call this the trust equation, and it's very simple. I'll break it down. We have goodwill, and goodwill is, think of this as value you are adding into the marketplace. And one of the easiest things I like to think about is this useful? Is this insightful? So either the content is useful, like, man, that's gold, I'm going to do this thing, or it's insightful, like, I didn't think about that. Think about it that way. It's like, if you can use one or two or both of those lenses for your content will be way better, as opposed to flexing all the time. Oh, look at how cool I am. My life's the best. Like, it's just all posturing. Like, what has a place, okay? But goodwill is, am I making someone's life better? And how, like, can I keep doing that? Like, how much at volume, at scale? Your ability to keep your word. It's integrity. And integrity is not so much about like, hey, I'll call you tomorrow at 1. Integrity is, if I post a video on YouTube on Wednesdays and Sundays, I have to keep doing that. Because if I don't, I'm out of integrity. I can't, like, remember, it's like back in the days of cable television, my favorite show was Vampire Diaries. CW, baby. Thursday nights, 8 o'clock. And there'd be Thursday nights at 8 o'clock that'd come around, and there was like a presidential debate. Or something else happened and the show was not on. And I'm like, oh my God, like, I'd have like a nervous breakdown. And it was this consistency of, I knew like Thursday nights, 8 o'clock was going to be the show. And I think that's really important from a goodwill perspective in the context of business. If you're going to send out 5 emails a week to your list, send out 5 emails a week. If it's 1 a week, send out 1 a week. It's the ability to keep your word in a world of low trust is massively important, because remember, it's about, can I count on you? You're going to provide value once in a while, or can I count on you to deliver over and over and over and over again? Because if I decide I want to work with you at some point or buy from you, I need to be able to count on you that you're going to deliver. This is all like the subconscious wiring in our brain, right? So we have goodwill, time, frequency, kind of what we just talked about. How often are you adding goodwill into someone's life? Is it once a week? Cool. Could it be once a day? Even better. Duration. Two ways of looking at this. Duration of how long is this content? Like if this is a 20-hour video, that's duration. Or duration is how long are you doing this for? So remember, I've been online since 2005. That's duration. That's 20 years. And frequency, I've shown up every single day in some way, shape, or form. Videos, posts, ads, emails. I don't take a month off. Like if I take a month off, the business still continues and it still does its thing. Remember, frequency and duration, it reassures the human brain that you're going to be around. Very important. If you disappear for 3 months, and what happened to so-and-so? It's not great. It erodes trust. People need to be able to count on you. And finally, we have proximity. Now this one is awesome. Okay, so I'll talk about the two components. So we have physical and emotional. So physical proximity, it is infinitely easier to build a brick and mortar business. Do you know why? Because of physical proximity. If we meet each other in person, instantly trust. I'm closer to trust. You don't know me, like I could be a deep fake for all you know. Maybe, right? And considering where AI is going, what I'm sharing with you is more important than ever. Like if you understand this equation, you will understand why the stuff I'm walking you through here is going to be more important than ever before, considering AI is going to be embedded in so many different functions in business. Outbound calls that sound like you, videos that look like you or someone else, right? Like there's going to be increasing skepticism because of this. People are not going to know who to trust. And we're going to be looking for signals that our brain is always looking for. Is this real? Is this real? So physical proximity is one of the biggest reasons why having a brick and mortar, it moves faster because you have that trust. If you're in a clinic or in a gym, someone walks through the front door, that's 80% of the deal right there. They're like, cool, awesome. I think I trust you. You're good. You're legit. This is a physical establishment. Cool. You know what you're doing. Online, man, it's a different world. It's a different world. It's much harder to build trust online because you don't have the physical proximity. So how do we build proximity physically online? Well, in this order. So we look at, and I'll just chunk up here, we have like a Zoom video, like a live Zoom interaction on video. So then we might have phone. So Zoom or phone, no video, just audio. We're having a conversation. From there, we have video. So this here would be this third stage. You see me, you can see my mannerisms, etc. And then we have text. So text meaning not like an SMS necessarily, but just words on screen. I'm sure you can understand why video is more trust building than text. Like everything I'm doing here is very tricky to mimic in words. Like there's just a lot of stuff, body language, emphasis, conviction that you don't really get in the written word. So if we're looking to build more physical proximity in the digital world, these are the procession of type of mediums that we want to consider. So anytime you can get on with your audience and do a live Zoom Q&A, that's going to be good. Host a live Zoom workshop to nurture your audience, right? Because if you only do blog posts or only do written word, it's going to take you only so far. So that's physical proximity in the context of an online business. Let's talk about emotional, because this is a big one. Like on the proximity side, I'm probably not I'll break this down. Okay. So we have VAT. It's not the European tax. V is vulnerable. Vulnerable is, can I just emotionally be open? For me personally, I don't actually share. This is probably one of my weaknesses, is when I'm in need of help, I don't ask for it as much as I should. And I'm less willing to chop myself down if things aren't working well. I like to pretend things are going well, which doesn't always work out for me. So that's V. A is authentic. I think I do very well. I'm just who I am. I'm authentic. I'm in integrity of like what you see is what you get. And then T is transparent. Transparent is similar. Transparent is just like, here's what's going on, right? It's not lying. It's telling the truth. So if you can do these three things, they connect you more emotionally with your audience. My content on Instagram to this point in time is like, it's okay at best. Now we've generated a tremendous amount of business organically from Instagram on content that is, I'd say, like pretty shit in terms of engagement. However, it's not that I'm shadow banned. It's not that Instagram's out to get me. It's just that, we're constantly learning and getting better. But one of the most engaged posts that I've ever posted was when we put our dog Layla down. And it was like, decent views, decent engagement, blah, blah, blah. We just put Layla down. Boom. Hundreds upon hundreds of comments. Why? It was vulnerable. It was an emotional post. Like, this is my dog with 13 years, she was 15 years old. A lot of people can relate to that, right? Putting a dog down, having like a furry friend is amazing. So there was that vulnerability there that I don't often share in my posts. And so on the flip side of that, if everything you do is vulnerable, like, fuck, man, you're a train wreck, like, chill out a bit, right? There are people like that who I see. I'm like, hey, please help me. A GoFundMe campaign. So I'm like, dude, please just stop posting that shit. So when you're an expert, being able to come down to like a normal, I can relate to you level is very important. And that's where that emotional proximity comes in. Okay. So top part of the equation, we want more goodwill. We want more time. We want more proximity. Okay. And on the bottom, we want less uncertainty. This is the big one. We've talked about how in an uncertain world, you have to be the guarantee. But remember, most people are still scared out of their friggin' pants. So how do we reduce uncertainty? So we can look at things like trials. Think of a trial as like not a free trial necessarily, but like a walk in the house before you buy the house. Can I have a look at this before I fully commit? And it doesn't mean it has to be free. Maybe it's a splintered version of your offering that they can experience for a much lower cost. So they can try before they buy to a certain extent. But that has to be mitigated. We'll talk about sales in a second, about how to push away tire kickers who might just be looking for that stuff. The second thing is show the process. My mom doesn't enjoy eating in restaurants that don't have open kitchens. And that's because she doesn't trust what's happening behind closed doors. That's on her, right? I'm not going to expect my mom to change. So she feels way better when there's an open kitchen. And she'll always be like, oh my God, I love the open kitchen. I'm like, I understand why you're doing this. You want to feel like you're in control. You can see what's going on. Show the process. Show your audience what you're building. Show them, like if you're writing a book, show the process. If you're building out your coaching curriculum, like, hey guys, I'm like on my module 2 here, here's what's going on. Show behind the scenes. Okay, it's really powerful. And third, and this is pretty obvious, social proof. And this is the big one. If all you put out there is social proof, you will win. Because at the end of the day, this trumps everything. And again, I remember having this debate. It's like, hey, what's most important to you? If you're about to have surgery, do you want a doctor who has good bedside manner? Like the goodwill, the proximity, the time stuff? Or do you just want the best friggin' surgeon in the world who's a dick? Most people would probably take the latter, right? I just want the person who's amazing. Again, how do we know that? Social proof. Overwhelming amounts of social proof. So in our business, we have thousands of testimonials. And if people are like, well, I don't know how it's going to work for me, I'm like, okay, we'll talk about it in the next session with sales. But I'm like, at what point, how much more social proof do you need to see to overcome your own level of uncertainty that this can work for you? Because here's the thing, like some people like myself don't need any social proof, maybe 1 or 2 things. Other people need 1,000. They're like, no. I need to see a bald guy with 4 kids who's charming and good looking, just like I am, to know that this will work for me. Okay? Like there are people out there that are like that, right? because everyone's a special snowflake and they need to see other people like them so they can recognize that this will work for them. But they're really just looking for all these reasons why this is not going to work for them. But we're not going to change human behavior. We're not going to change it. So let's work with it. So it's less about twisting someone's arm and pushing them across the line. And it's more about how do we reduce the friction? How do we reduce uncertainty so they can just fall across the line a lot more easily? So this is the trust equation. Goodwill times time times proximity divided by uncertainty. We reduce uncertainty, we improve trust, right? Give people a sense of what they're getting into beforehand, increases their trust. Show them the process. All right, it's legit. Trust. More social proof, more trust. So we reduce uncertainty. We increase goodwill, more value, more useful, more insightful. Great, increases trust. We do that forever. Increases trust. And we connect to people in a proximal physical or emotional level, improves trust. If you understand this equation, you will start to see, and I encourage you to think about think about the person you trust the most in your life. And then walk through this equation with them in mind. And then think about the person you trust the least or the business you trust the least in mind, and also run through this equation with them in mind. Okay? So hopefully this, again, for me, this equation has taken years to piece together, and I've run it through so many different gauntlets that I'm like, yep, it applies here, it applies to this relationship, it applies to this business, it applies here. I think you'll find it very useful. And how you can reverse engineer what it is you're doing to manufacture trust. Not in a way that's deceitful, but just understanding what the elements are to make it so. Okay, so just to kind of wrap up the marketing piece here, as a reminder, everything you do is marketing. Everything you say, everything you type, your marketing will change more lives than your coaching or product ever will, because more people will experience your coaching, or your marketing, than what they pay you for. There will be more people who watch this video than who pay me money. That's just the way it is. So this video will impact more lives than my coaching will, which is crazy. Get to a point where you have put out so much value for so long that people are willing to throw money at you. That's the game. The better you market, the less you have to sell. And with respect to the marketing you put out there, whether it's emails, content, ads, etc., the mnemonic that I use is this useful and insightful, or useful and or insightful for them? And is it fun for me? There are videos that I cannot stand shooting, and I don't shoot them because I would kill myself if I had to do that all the time. I enjoy doing this kind of stuff where it's a little more free-flowing. I can be myself. It's not scripted. It just feels natural, and I enjoy doing this. I could do this forever, and hopefully it's useful and insightful for you. And finally, people love to buy, but they don't like being sold to. That's marketing's job, is to give people everything they need to make an informed decision so that the sales conversation could actually become obsolete, potentially, and even regardless of the price point. And I'll finish with this one little story. If The Rock, Dwayne Johnson, were to put out a post on his Instagram, he's at 500 million followers, to say, hey guys, I'm getting together for 2 days with 100 people at this cool place in Honolulu, and we're going to do fitness and business for 2 days. It's $25,000. Here's the payment link. Do you think anyone is going to be like, well, I gotta talk to you or someone on your team to see what this is all about? No, they don't. They don't. They will throw money. They will run over a friggin' mountain to make that happen. And the reason for that is because of who he is, because of the brand that he's built. The bigger your brand is, the less you need to sell. And the important thing about marketing is that marketing, think of it as messaging, if you will. Messaging is important to start because messaging helps you become the messenger that people actually care about. If The Rock sent you an email, the email could have no subject line and you would open it because it's The Rock. The Rock could say, I'm doing this 2-day event. It's $25,000 with no information, and more people would do that because of who he is, the messenger. But it's taken him a long time to become that person. You don't become a messenger who everyone's like, oh my God, overnight. There are health experts, best-selling authors and doctors who put information out there that is so basic, like drink 8 liters of water. Sorry, not 8 liters, can you imagine that? 8 glasses of water a day. And they get thousands of shares on basic posts. Why? Not because of the message, but because of the messenger. People elevate their status when they attach themselves to someone of higher status. But in order to be that person, you have to think through your message. It needs to be insightful and useful, and you have to share it over and over and over again until the point where you become the messenger who can say almost anything and people will jump when you say to do so. So that's marketing. We could go on and on, but I want to shift over into sales. Okay, so in the context of selling a higher price point coaching offer, so $2,000, $5,000, $10,000, again, the better your brand is, the better your marketing is. Potentially, you could just send them to a page. Here's the button, give me money. But for the majority of people, that's not really where it's going to start. So you have to be able to have a conversation, and you have to know how to have that conversation. So I love selling, but I used to hate it. And I want to share what shifted for me. When I was early on in my career, I used to sell personal training packages for like $1,200, right? It'd be like 3 months. You think about it, it's like a steal. I didn't get all that money. It was like half it goes to the gym. But I used to feel so awkward about asking people for money. I'm like, it's like, if it's too much, we can like just go session by session, like the whole thing, right? And it took me a while to get through that. And then I got to a point where I'm like, okay, so I'm asking you for money in exchange for me to change your life. Like, okay, I think that's a pretty good exchange. So I started to recognize, number one, that selling is serving. That if no one pays me, I can't help them. There's only so far people will go with free information. So I started to really reframe, like if I truly care about someone, I will help them get through their own nonsense to buy. Okay, $1,200, it's a lot of money. As they're scrolling through their iPhone, which is more money. As they're driving to the gym in a car that is 100 times the price. As they live in a house that's 1,000,000 times the price, whatever, right? So part of what I do with our clients is I really, really help support them on this sales piece, because when I talk about selling, it's really just communication. And now, and for the past several years, I look at selling and coaching as exactly the same thing. The only difference is that selling happens before someone pays you. Coaching is what happens afterwards. So sales, in my mind, is helping somebody do what's in their best interest. If someone speaks with you and they have a problem that you can help them solve, and they said, I want help solving this problem, and you're like, I can help you solve this problem, then it's your moral obligation to get them to say yes to working with you. Because if you let them go, you let them down. And I don't know about you, but I'm not in the business of letting people down. But also, you cannot want their dream more than they want it for themselves. So if you want to get incredibly good at sales, you have to have a lot of conviction and you have to have a lot of care. Because if you have a lot of conviction, you simply come across as a very pushy douchebag. And if you only care, then you'll be like, oh, it's okay, whenever you're ready, and you'll get trampled on. But when you have care and conviction, when you lean into a conversation, and the person can sense that you give a shit. It's not just you want to make money. You actually care about this person, which is why you want to stay in the pocket with them, because they know, and you know, that if they get off this call and they're not moving forward, they will stay stuck. And this, again, I'm sharing this with you because this took me a long time to come to terms with. And I'm going to share some ideas with you around pricing and then specific tactics in sales that I think will change the game for you. First, let's look at sales high level. Okay, let's just zoom out. What's the structure? What's the architecture of a sales conversation? Here it is, very simply. Where are you now? Where do you want to go? Okay, so we have the bookends and we have tension, we have a gap. Okay, if there's no gap, there's no sale. No tension, no bueno. Now, where do you want to go? What's in the way? Why are you not there yet? Okay, and there's nuances to that. 4 is, here's my plan to get you from here to where you want to go to overcome all these things. And here's the price. That's it. Okay, where are you now? Where do you want to go? What's in the way? Okay, here's the plan to get you there. Here's the price. Is it worth it to you? Is it worth it? That's it. So high level, without going into specific scripts and all that stuff, that's what the sales conversation looks like. If you understand that, then it's less about a script and more about understanding that you've created the tension, you've created the gap, you've stretched what you need to stretch. For someone to move forward with you, the pain of their current situation can't be here relative to the pain of perceived change, which includes your price. We're going to talk about 3 principles of pricing in just a moment. So I'll draw this out for you. Let's talk about price. Okay, so number 1, as you probably get by this point, I'm a huge fan of premium pricing. $2,000 to $5,000 for a 2 to 3 month coaching program, but it's not the length of time, it's the outcome. So number 1 pricing principle for premium pricing is charge for the transformation, not your time. If you want to move away from one-on-one, then just price your one-on-one 5 to 10 times as much, and then be like, cool, we can do that, or we can just get you the outcome in more of a group fashion if you want to, for X number of dollars, $2,000 to $5,000. Charge for the transformation, not your time. The transformation is scalable, your time is not. 2, the more people pay, the more they pay attention. We get that, right? When people don't pay, they don't pay attention. Don't help people for free. They're not going to do anything. I promise you this. They're not going to do shit. 3, don't sell out of your own pocket. Don't project your own limiting beliefs on someone else. Oh man, they wouldn't be able to afford this. There's no way. You don't even know them. You don't even know their situation. So don't sell out of your own pocket. And also, if you have money issues, your prospects will as well. You get what you are. You bring in what you put out. So if you're dealing with money objections, ask yourself, where are your money objections? Do you go to a restaurant and look at the menu and be like, that's way too expensive. I could never afford that. Do you catch yourself with stuff like that? Because there's some money mindset stuff there that's going to show up in other areas of your life. So when you experience life, whether it's going to a restaurant, going to a car showroom, a really simple shift. I can afford that. I just choose not to buy it. As opposed to, that's way too expensive for me. No, I can afford that. I just choose not to buy it. Okay? Because if you think things are expensive, don't be surprised when people tell you the same about your own. And also, you have to be sold on your own product before anyone else will. You're like, if you I am so convicted, it's fucking delusional. Listen, I understand that my coaching programs are not as good as they will be in the future. They're way better than they were in the past. And at this point in time, without a shadow of a doubt, if you're a health expert or coach who's great at what you do, you working with my team and I will transform your life in levels of magnitude you can't even imagine. I really believe this in my core. But I'm going to share some stuff with you in a second that will bring things back to reality. If the right person comes in to work with us, oh my God, I would dude, sell your house, take a second mortgage on your house, rent out your kids, sell your car, find a way to work with us, because this will transform you if you're the type of person who's going to find a way to win. I'm not saying it's going to be easy, but I'm telling you it's going to transform you in levels you can't even imagine. I know that with every fiber in my being. That's why I'm not willing to let people just get off the hook. Because I'm I've seen this thousands of times. I've also seen people come in and not do shit. Is that on me or is that on them? Right? So when people are hey, what's some of your clients have crushed it, others not so much. I'm what do you think the difference is? It's the same coaching, same process, same everything. What's the difference? Them. You go to school, let's map this out. If you remember, and this is also helpful for you in your conversation with prospects, this thing called the bell curve. Okay, cool. All right, so we have 20% here who do nothing, 20% here, the medium, kind of the median, and 20% here to crush. Okay, so let's call this A+. These are the Bs, and these are fails. What's the difference? Same teacher, same curriculum, same class, same schedule. Everything's exactly the same. What is different? Every single individual on this chart is different. How they show up, if they don't do the work, if they're fucked up in the head, if they think it's going to be easy, they sleep in, they don't go to class, they don't do their homework, they don't take the test. That's what matters. And this is what when we go back to chapter 1 in mindset, I need you to understand this. If you do not take 100 million, trillion, cotillion, whatever fucking number we're talking about, responsibility for your life, you will lose, and you will continue to lose until you understand this. Harvard doesn't create winners. They simply find them. And they raise the bar for people to work with them so high that people who are not winners don't even get in. So it's not that Harvard, the school, is better. It just attracts better people in, and therefore the environment is better. Something to think about. Okay, so we know that we're going to charge a premium price. Now, let's talk about some stuff around selling that is going to be completely opposite, maybe, of some of the stuff you've heard before. So number one is you are the buyer, not the seller. I'll just give you context. If someone comes to work with me and they're like, Yuri, tell me how you're going to help me. I'm like, I don't know. Tell me how you're going to win. You think I'm going to explain myself to you? You have a track record of problems. I have a track record of solutions. Now, I'm not trying to be arrogant about this. Imagine going to the Shark Tank and you're pitching your product and you're standing at the top of the room and you're like, hey, Mr. Wonderful, tell me how you're going to help my business. Are you crazy? Like, he'd be kicked out of the studio in a second. Become the shark, not the person pitching. Okay. Now, I understand that you could also consider the fact that people love to buy. It's a buyer's economy where people have more choice than ever before. Why should they work with you than anyone else? But I'm telling you this, the more people understand you don't need their business, the more they want to give it to you. And I call this unselling. This is an energy more so than words that you speak. And it's about being in a position of abundance no matter what is happening in your business. Because when you start selling people that should not be coming to work with you, it's not good. It's not good for the other clients. It's not good for your team. It's not good for them. And when I talk about unselling, and I tell my team this, and I tell our clients this, you should never blow smoke up someone's ass who you do not know intimately. So if I don't know you and we're having a conversation, you're not going to hear from me like, oh my God, like you're totally going to do great. Like you'd be an amazing client. I don't know that. I can't say that to you. In all honesty, what I can say is, listen, like our clients have done extremely well. Most have done crazy awesome. Some have done nothing because they don't show up, right? Or they flake out when it gets tough. Called responsibility. Our average client sees a 314% ROI on their investment. But listen, I don't know if it's going to work for you. So I need you to tell me why you believe you'll be our next success story. Because my reputation's on the line. I don't know you. All I know of you is that everything you've done up until now hasn't worked. You're not where you want to be. And to be honest, I'm taking on as much risk as you are. Because if you come in and work with us and you don't do the work and you don't get results, that doesn't look good on me. And I don't want that to be, I don't want you to waste your money and I don't want you to like not do that. So for me, it's all about alignment. I need to make sure that you have what it takes to win because I only want to work with winners. So see what I did there? Now that's not about being too cool for school and on a pedestal. It's about being honest. I don't know. I don't know if you have what it takes to win. I really hope you do. And listen, like we'll give you the support, the structure, the systems, the skills that all of our clients have, but like you have to show up, right? So you're not ever trying to convince anyone to work with you. As soon as people, and this is the same thing in relationships, if you're dating and as soon as if that other person feels you're too needy, you're done, right? You send them 5 text messages after the first date and they're like, yo, stage 5 clinger, I'm out of here. So it's the same energy. If you look at dating, that same energy is very similar to coaching and selling. It's not about being arrogant and pompous and too cool for school. It's about understanding that fundamentally, you know your solution works, but you don't know if they do. They're going to ask you for social proof. You can be like, listen, can I get some social proof from you? Like, you worked with a trainer before? Let me talk to the trainer about their experience with you. How about that? Hey, trainer, I understand you worked with Sue. Can you give me a bit of context about how that relationship went? Yeah, well, Sue canceled half the workouts. She didn't show up half the time. She didn't do them like she didn't follow her diet properly. Oh, interesting. That could be a potential conversation, right? I'm just using that as an example. So yes, we want people to feel confident in working with you. Yes, we want them to have a degree of certainty that working with you is going to be the best solution, but you know that already. You know that already, and you have to know that already, but you don't know that working with them is going to be the solution. So unselling is all about, I know my thing is so fucking good, but I don't know that you are. Because there's 3 core objections. Do you want to know what they are? 3 main objections. It's not about, I need to talk to my spouse. It's not about, I need to think about it. It's not about, it's too expensive. It's not about, it's out of my budget. It's not about, I'll do it later. Those are all bullshit excuses. Okay? Because if you had kids and they were kidnapped and it was $5,000 to get them back, you would never, ever think of saying any of those. Yeah, I got to talk to my spouse first to see if we want to get them back. Never. That's a bit out of my price range. I'm going to wait a couple months. Never. You'd go rob a bank. Let me pray on this. You would never say that. So I'm sharing this with you as an extreme example because there are 3 real objections. Number 1, they don't want what they say they want. Very important. I'm going to show you how to kibosh that in a second. 2, they don't believe you can help them, which is a valid concern if they come in with having seen nothing of yours. But number 3 is the big one. They don't believe they can get better. So when I share with you, like, they don't believe they have what it takes to win, as an example. So when I say you have to be so convicted in your solution and less convicted in them, for instance, what the opposite doesn't go as, like, it doesn't, more people are going to say no to working with you because they don't believe they can get better or they can win. If someone's had type 2 diabetes for 40 years, do you think all of a sudden be like, I know I can do this? No, that's not about you. It's not about them wanting to get better. It's about the fact that they don't believe they can get better. That internal lack of self-belief is why people look for money-back guarantees and reassurance, because they don't think they have what it takes to win. And so you can't, like, you got to lean into that to be like, hey, listen, all right, so let's look at how we deal with these. So we talk about unsell. So basically you are buying them more than you are selling them. Got it? 2, neutralize objections before they happen. So we talk about the big 3, right? I'm going to show you how to neutralize 2 of them right now. Early on in the call, where do you want to be? I want to be like all these different outcomes. Cool, awesome. That's going to do this for me, blah, blah, blah. So they're in dreamland, right? So they're in the vision. That's amazing. Let me ask you this. So let's talk about the I don't want what I say I want. Okay, so that's the first one we're going to handle here. We're going to drop price early on. This is the first 5-10 minutes of the conversation. That's amazing. So just being fully upfront with you, let's say I had a health coaching program. If we were to potentially work together, the investment would be in the neighborhood of about $5,000. Now, assuming we could help you get to that vision, all the stuff they mentioned, does that seem like a smart investment to you, or should I just point you in the direction of a free resource? Okay, watch what I just did there. I didn't just drop price. I dropped price in context to the dream they just painted. If someone is like, I would never spend that kind of money, the conversation's over, because they don't want what they really say. They don't really want what they say they want. Because if they did, then the investment would be like, yeah, that makes sense to me. What you're looking for is someone to say like, yeah, it seems like a smart move. Now, they're not going to have full confidence that your solution is the right fit yet, but we have to make sure we're talking on the same wavelength. You're looking for, yeah, I think that seems like a smart move. It's like, well, yeah. I mean, like, assuming like this were the right fit and this would help, 100%, that's what this conversation is about, right? That's what you're looking for. What you're not looking for, or what you're looking for as a warning flag, and it kills the conversation done, is, oh, I would never invest that amount of money. Huh, interesting. Do you own a car? Yeah. Okay. So you would invest money in a car that's getting you no closer to your health goals. This does, and this doesn't sound like a smart move. Just walk me through the thinking there. I want to challenge their money mindset stuff here. Huh, okay, cool. Do you own a house? I do. I'm assuming your house is a bit more than $5,000? Yeah, awesome. And how has that house helped improve, like getting your situation better to improve your health goals? Okay, cool. So I just want to make sure we're on the same page here, because if we're not, there's no need to have this conversation. Because if this investment's too much for you, again, assuming it's a good fit down the road, as we get to this call, I just want to make sure that you're not looking for like a $50 solution expecting a $5,000 outcome, right? Like you cannot talk somebody into seeing the value if they don't understand the value of their own transformation. So that's how we get rid of objection number 1 in the first 10 minutes of the call. Number 2, actually objection number 3. So I don't believe you can help me. That's what you're going to have to deal with later in the call as you talk about your solution. Okay. Number 3 is I don't believe I can get better. Okay. So you're early on in the call in discovery, where they are now, where they want to be, roadblocks. Why aren't you there? I did all these things. They didn't work. This, worked for a bit, didn't really work, blah, blah, blah. Internal objections, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Hey, listen, I completely understand where you're coming from and thank you for sharing that with me. With all that said, do you actually believe you can get better? Now, this is regardless of us working together. Do you believe things can get better for you? And what you're looking for here is 100%. I know that with the right plan, the right support, the right accountability, I just know I can make this happen. That's what you're looking for. Warning flag? Well, I don't know. I've just done so much and nothing's worked. And your response is, hey, I completely understand that, right? And that's why we're here. But just so I'm clear, if you don't feel you can get better, why did you book this call with me in the first place? So now we are unearthing the very thing that is going to kill the sale at the end of the call. And they're going to mask it with, I need to talk to my spouse. I need to think about it. This all sounds great. You've done a great job. I just need some time. Bullshit, 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 bullshit. I don't believe I can get better. Fucking handle it right there. Okay. And do not blow smoke up their ass. Okay. So look, diabetic 20 years. Do you believe you can actually reverse your diabetes now? Well, I don't know. I've done metformin. I've done all these diets. Nothing's worked. And then I'm going to say, okay, I totally understand that. And it sucks. And that's part of why we're talking today. With all that said though, why did you book this call with me today? And then they'll say something, blah, 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 blah. What I'm not going to say is this. Listen, man, I believe in you. I know, I've been doing this for so long that with my process and your body, we can turn it around. We can totally do this. Don't say shit like that. Because what happens is, let's say they do enroll, they don't succeed because they are going to deal with so much internal strife and resistance and bullshit that you're going to be chasing them as a client. You're going to have to constantly resell and motivate them to do the work. No, you're not going to be able to help everyone. And one of the hardest lessons I had to learn was the people who need your help the most very often want it the least. That took me 10 years to come to grips with. I was trying to be Jesus in my own hometown, trying to help my parents improve their health. Fuck it. You can't. They see you as this small little kid, little Johnny, little Yuri. Listen, I was a health expert for 15 years of my life. I was on Dr. Oz, New York Times bestselling books. I would try to help my mom. Nothing. She'll watch a TV show one day. You won't believe what I just saw on TV. That insert something I have been telling her for 10 years, but she heard it from a different messenger. And that made all the difference. And so that's why you can only help people who meet you where you are. You're not going to try to inspire and motivate people in a selling conversation to make an emotional decision that they're then going to regret as soon as they make it. People buy on emotion and justify with logic, but you also have to get them, they have to tell you in their own words, I can do this. I believe I can do this with the right support, the right accountability. Okay, cool. Congratulations, because this is the start of a new chapter. But again, this is on you, right? So you have to have this, it's this gentle push away energy. And I'll show you how powerful this is. I was talking with a client the other day and she said, I spoke with this lady the other day and it was so weird because she paid in full at the end and it totally caught me off guard because I was looking for ways to end the call because I didn't think she was a fit. And I was like, isn't that fucking awesome? I asked her, I'm like, did you notice a difference in your energy? Was there more of an energy of pushing away in that conversation? And she's like, 100%. And I'm like, do you think that may have helped close the deal? And she's like, I didn't think about it that way. because we were reviewing a conversation. And in this call, because I review our client sales calls, it's part of what I help them with. In this conversation, she's like, I think you'll be an amazing client. I think you'll do great. I'm like, please, let's not say stuff like that, right? And so that person didn't enroll, but the other person who she thought was like, there's no way this person, like she's like falling apart. There's like no way her life's together. She had this energy of pushing this prospect away energetically, and it pulled the prospect closer in. And that prospect was selling her. She's like, no, I can do this. I'm going to find a way. Here's my money. Let's go. Which is amazing because now she can transform this person's life. But it's so interesting how these subtle shifts in energy make all the difference. And also, when you sell people, when you oversell people in the conversation before they pay you, and you don't deliver exactly that thing on the inside, it's very hard to overcome that. Yes, we're going to hold your hand every step of the way. Like you're totally tech illiterate. You don't even know how to open up a Google Doc. Don't worry. We're going to hold your hand every step of the way on the inside. I'm like, no, fuck, no. Push away. No. If you can't open up a Google Doc, don't come on in. Don't come in. Because what happens is that person comes in expecting us to like literally sit beside them at the computer to be like, okay, cool, come here. Okay, take the mouse. Got the mouse? Good. Drag it this way. We're not doing that. No. We're not doing that. So let's not say that stuff on the front end because we cannot overcome that on the inside. Okay? So this is one of the most important principles that will turn you into a friggin' ninja. And when I say ninja, I mean it in the nicest way possible that will allow you to help more people without feeling salesy. Because now, like, remember, you are the prize never chases. You're the doctor, you're the expert, you're the therapist, you're the coach. You've been at this longer than they have. Why should you chase them? You have what they want. You have the solution to their problem. Don't chase them. Okay. We talk about neutralizing objections before they happen. Sell the certainty more than the solution. It's not about the deliverables. It's about the outcome, right? But don't make over-promising statements like, you can do this. It's going to be amazing. Remember, people buy confidence. They buy your certainty, and they just have to be able to extrapolate it for them. Because again, I'm sure you can get from me, like when I talk, like I have conviction. And that conviction, that confidence comes from evidence. That evidence comes from being in this space for more than 2 decades. Diagnose before you prescribe. Never, ever prescribe something without diagnosing first. Can you imagine walking into a doctor's office like, hey doc, good to see you. They're like, awesome, here's your medication. You're like, whoa, I didn't even say anything, right? That's crazy. Same thing here. Don't ever talk about your solution in the first part of the call, ever. You don't even have a solution as far as they know. First 5 minutes, oh yeah, we'll talk about how we can help you. Like, no. It's all about them. Ask questions, get into discovery, diagnose their situation, and then if they're a good fit based on what they're talking about, we can talk about what the next steps are going to look like in terms of a solution. Final thing I'll talk about is cost. You have to get very good at helping people see the cost of inaction as significantly greater than the cost of action. And one of the ways I'll share this with you really quickly is there are 2 costs. So right now you are here and you want to go here. But what you're not seeing is the delta between where you are and where you want to go. So this is the COI, cost of inaction. This is what it's been costing you to not be able to get this. So we want this thingamajig, okay? Person is currently here. The delta, this could be unlocked if they had your solution. Now, let's just use monetary examples. I had a person once talk to me and she's like, I want to build my business. I'm stuck in my naturopathic clinic. I want to be making an extra $100,000 a year with my online business. 4 years went by. 4 years went by. So that's $400,000 per year that she missed out on by not taking action. She came back to eventually work with us. And in that case, it was not anywhere near $400,000. We're talking like a fraction of that. So her investment at the time, I think it was about $25K to unlock this. So I'm just kind of scribbling at this point now, but the idea here is that you have the cost of inaction and you have the cost of action. It's $25K to help you unlock $400,000 or $100,000 a year. Does that seem like a smart move to you? Okay, well, how do I know it's going to work? Great question. I don't know. You tell me. See what I just did there? I'm not going to explain myself. I have the track record. I have thousands of case studies. You tell me. Why not just keep thinking about this? Why not just go back into the clinic and do this for another couple of years, right? I know our stuff works. I don't know that you do, but I believe that with the right system, skills, and support, you will definitely get closer to where you want to go. Would you agree? Yeah, awesome, cool. So does that sound like a smart move to you? Or, do you just want to keep it on? So getting people associated to the cost of inaction is very, very important. How do we do that? Okay, so let's talk about leverage. Who else does this impact? Do you have a spouse? Do you have kids? How is this hurting them? Do you have a job? Okay, you not being able to function properly, is that an asset or a liability in your job? It's a liability. Okay, how much do you make? $80,000 a year. God forbid, what would happen if you lost your job? You'd lose $80,000 a year. Now, boom, we have an $80,000 a year problem. Plus the shit that is impacting the kids and the spouse, we have leverage. Cost of inaction just went up. When someone gives you a problem, you give them an infinitely bigger problem. If you have a $5,000 health coaching program, do you see how $5,000 to save $80,000 is no longer a big issue? Yeah. If they are yelling at their kids and shitty with their spouse, you can't even put a price tag on that. Is $5,000 worth it? Yeah. But Yuri, how do I know it's going to work? I don't know. You need to tell me why it's going to work for you. Because I'm only looking at taking on clients who are going to win. Is that you? Boom. Awesome. We can do Visa, Amex, MasterCard. Which one works best for you? You see what I'm doing here? I'm not selling shit. I'm helping them see that I have a solution based on certainty and track record and experience. They have to sell me on why they can do this and how the situation they're in. It's like, hey, listen, you can keep your money, but you get to keep your problems. Are you looking for the cheapest price or best value? Because there's a lot of other options out there that are way less expensive. But I'm assuming that you want to pay less, right? So by working with us today, you actually save money, because if you don't work with us, you're going to go pay them and it's not going to work, and you're going to come back again and pay us. You're going to pay us twice as much. You're going to pay us more. So you seem like a smart person who has their head on straight. So by working or by taking action today, we get you closer to your goals and you save money because we do it right the first time instead of you paying double. So again, which would you like to put it on? Visa, MasterCard, Amex. Now again, does that sound salesy? I don't think so. It's just helping someone see through their own nonsense and actually making a decision. And if they push back on you to be like, well, how do I know it's going to work? I don't know. You tell me. So I love sales. I think it's not just sales. It's coaching. It's helping people move through their own internal resistance to help them do what's best for them. If you know you can help them, if they said, I want this thing and you have it, it's your moral obligation to get good at having these conversations, to be able to get out of their own way, to move through fear, to have courage, to have a bit of faith. And listen, if you just have a better offer that reduces uncertainty, it's just going to make a whole lot easier. So there we go. That's the chapter on marketing and sales. And I hope that was useful for you. We're going to finish this off by getting into the fifth and final chapter, which is all about managing and leading a team. So as you're scaling your business, you're going to probably need some help. And in the next chapter, we're going to look at exactly how to do that properly. Hey, so if you're enjoying the stuff we just talked about on marketing and sales, if that's kind of the biggest constraint in your business, where you need more lead flow, more clients, more revenue, that's what most of our clients come to us wanting help with. Again, I don't want to put the cart before the horse, but we do have another training called the $1 Million Health Coaching Roadmap that goes a little bit more in detail about the different areas that we support our clients with and how we help get you more visible, bring more people into your world, craft offers that people say yes to, and ultimately help you help more people and make more money. If you want to see that video, it's just below this one. There's a link somewhere in the description, and I think it might be useful for you. So if you want to check that out, you're more than welcome to do so now or when this video is done. But if we want to keep going here, let's get to the final chapter. Welcome to chapter 5. This is the final part of this video. We're going to be looking at how to manage and lead a team. As you build your business, you are going to get to a point where you can't do everything yourself. And the reality is that people will be your best investment or your worst. And they will be the source of most of your problems and all of your solutions. So with all that said, working with the right people really becomes a fulfilling and rewarding process. Working with the wrong people can be very exhausting. And I'm going to share what I've learned over the 20 plus years in business, having hired and worked with hundreds of team members from, in the trenches, workers to leadership team and everywhere in between. And I've made a lot of mistakes, and I've also done a lot of things well. And here's the thing is when you build a company, a lot of times you're so close and so in it that you don't recognize how different and unique it is from a lot of other businesses out there. And what I'm going to share with you here is something I believe is very special about Healthpreneur, is the culture and the team that we've developed. I've started to realize is very, very unique, at least from a remote type of company. So I think you'll get a lot of value from this. And again, this is, my experience. Is it going to be the same for you? I don't know, but I'm going to just share my lessons and principles with you, and hopefully they can help you hire awesome people, because it really, really makes the whole journey that much more enjoyable when it's not just yourself. Because as we've talked about, success can be lonely and not everyone's going to understand you. But if you can build a business with other people who are at least on the same wavelength as you, that's great. And also, you will still be at the top of the pecking order. So you will still, in a company of 5 or 500 people, still feel lonely, because you will still be above in terms of your vision and kind of craziness where most other people are. But it's just a little bit better than by yourself. And I often say, the bigger the dream, the better the team. It doesn't necessarily have to be bigger, but better. One of the key things I hope you can understand from this is that one exceptional A player can do the job of 4 people. And I've led teams that are large, big, lots of people. And I've also seen when we've let certain people go, how one replacement who's an exceptional A+ player makes 3 to 4 people's previous jobs irrelevant. And now I'm not saying you have to overwork people and have people do 3 or 4 jobs, but exceptional people make your life a whole lot easier. So just a couple high-level lessons before we dive into the specific tactics around your job as a leader. I'm going to walk you through the hiring ladder, our perfect talent pipeline of how we hire. And then we'll also talk about firing and letting people go, which is obviously part of this role as well. So number one, as I kind of alluded to, all of your problems will be people problems. And that starts with you, right? We've talked about taking ownership. Remember, you bring on someone who doesn't do a good job. Whose fault is that? It's yours. You hired them, you train them, or maybe the lack thereof. So whenever I hire someone and it doesn't work out, I never take the perspective of, I can never find good people. This source of people was terrible. I always look at what extra clarity can I get to become a better leader? What could I have done differently to better support this person or hold them to a higher level, a higher standard or higher accountability? Because either you hired the wrong person or you didn't give them enough of the right feedback or accountability to help them grow. So all of your problems will be people problems. But the other thing too is that people are also the solution. When you have a problem, we've had an issue in the business recently that was very complex for one person to figure out. And it took a very long time to get halfway there. We hired someone else in that role. They figured it out in 2 days. And so what I mean by your solutions will be people is that the people have the answers. You just have to find the right people, right? So you must develop yourself as a leader as you grow. And when you're starting off in business, when you're bootstrapping and growing from the ground up, the benefit is that you learn how to do everything. The challenge is that you learn how to do everything. And so as your business grows and as you start hiring people, there starts to be this tug of war between, on the spectrum here, you have control or you can have freedom. And this is tricky, right? Because if you're a control freak like I am, I think there's a lot of value to that. Some of the most obsessive controlling people, business-wise, create the most exceptional products and solutions. The problem is that if you can't release control and you're living over here, you don't have a lot of freedom. Versus if you're able to take this control and move it to this side where you have a bit more freedom and a little bit less control, that's where you start to buy back your time. And so we'll start looking at this over the next couple of minutes of how to start doing this in your business. So you have to develop a different skill set. Like we talked about earlier, I showed you the pyramid of marketing and sales, then operations, then leadership. So we're at the point now where we're looking to develop the skill of leadership. And leadership is not a title, it's an act. It's the ability to do what's best, do what's right upon other people, lead by example, and hold the highest possible standards for your company. So if you are the leader, and I'm not saying your organization, your org chart has to look like this, but I'll just for the sake of simplicity. So this is you, okay? And your job is to have the highest possible standards. Now, each level of team or people that you bring into the business, these standards continually drop. It might be 10%, it might be 5%, but the more people that are working with you and underneath you, those standards will continually become diffused and less potent. So one of your most important roles as a leader is to maintain the highest possible standards possible. Highest possible standards possible. That's kind of redundant. You know what I'm saying? You have to maintain the standards. And this is very, very important. This is also why a lot of CEOs get a bad rap for being like obsessive, because they understand that if they're not obsessive with the smallest of details, it starts to trickle down into the rest of the organization and it almost becomes like broken telephone. Remember that game where you say something and then 30 people later, it's like a different language? That's what can happen here as well. So you have to maintain the highest possible standards. The other thing that your job is, as a leader, obviously, is to cast the vision. Your job is to focus on what or where, if you will, and why. So you are focused on the what and the why. The how, that's for your team. That's where you hire people to do the work. And maybe you already know how to do it, but you don't want to do it for the rest of your life. Or maybe you hire someone because you don't know how to do the thing. So you hire the person, you're clear on what it is you want, where you want to go, and why it's important. Then you find the people to execute on that and figure out the how. And your job is to get out of their way, but at the same time, I believe, act as a servant leader. When I work with new team members and we have our initial onboarding, I remind them, I say, listen, my door is always open. You send me a Slack message if you want to jump on a Zoom call. We have a certain communication cadence anyways when we onboard someone. But I tell them, I'm like, anything you need, if they're my direct report, let me know. My job here is to serve you. I want to give you all the context that you need from my experience running this business so you can excel in your role. Don't ever feel like you're imposing on me or, too questiony. I'm here to serve you. Like, you are not here to serve me. Like, you kind of are, but I want to make sure you can do that as best as possible by me giving everything I know about this business to you in this respective role. So I'm a big believer in servant leadership. I'm a big believer in leading by example. And it doesn't mean that I have to do everything someone else would do. Like, if I'm not an expert in tech, I can't expect to be the leader in tech to hire a person in tech. But with a lot of roles in my company, I believe that, in your company too, I believe it's important to sweep the floors before you can become the CEO. I did sales for many, many years before I hired our sales team. I did all the marketing myself before building a marketing division around that. I think it just gives you a level of respect amongst other people and a level of authority and credibility and context. Like, I've done this, I've seen this, here's what's going on. It just allows you to be a better leader in the various functions. Now, the other thing that's interesting about being a leader is that it actually is kind of like an inverted pyramid. So when you start, we talked about being a specialist, right? You specialize with a single, avatar, etc. But you also become a little bit more of a specialist. There's a tendency early on in business. But as the business grows, you actually become a generalist. You become good enough at a lot of different things and dangerous enough to understand exactly what's happening in marketing, sales, ops, delivery, and so forth. And so in any given week, your attention is going to be pulled in a variety of directions. And sometimes your role is actually going to be determined by what other people in the business need of you and what the business needs of you in that moment in time. So if we look at the business model of attracting, I'll just put short forms, so attract leads, convert clients, deliver results. For me, when I'm looking at our business, in any given moment, I'm looking at where's the constraint. Let's say attracting leads has an issue. Like we had some issues recently with some fake apps and some fraudulent stuff there. I'm like, this is an important issue. Now, I need to devote more of my attention here because if we don't solve this, nothing else matters. And so then once this is solved, then I can step back out and say, okay, cool. We have a few things that we want to clean up on delivery. So now I can go put my eyes on that. Now, it doesn't mean that I'm doing the job of director of client success or people involved in the coaching side, but I'm still involved as the CEO and the founder in the products. And I have things I can, whether it's recording a new video, updating some stuff, that's still part of what I love to do. On the sales front, right? We've had directors of sales. We've had many sales reps. We've kind of simplified that division a little bit now recently. But, in those moments, I'm not the one who's doing all the review of sales. I'm not doing the sales call reviews. I have a manager or director of sales who's doing that, but I can still lend an ear and support to make sure there's a little bit of oversight. Because one of the mistakes that I made for a little bit too long was hiring people and then just assuming everything was great. I'm like, good, you're awesome, good, go. I'm like, I don't have to do this anymore. It's a major, major mistake. And this has been in the ass a few times where you onboard someone, everything looks good, and then there's you get this, what I call comfort creep or complacency creep that starts to set in. Standards start to slip. And before you know it, things are being done or said that are nowhere near the standard of what should be happening. And again, whose fault is that? You as the leader. So when you hire someone, which we'll get into in just a moment, it's important to make sure that you're not going to micromanage them. You still have to manage them, right? You still have to skip a level sometimes to go even if we've had a number of directors of sales, even when they were doing their role, I was still reviewing calls. Not as many, but I still want to keep a pulse of what's going on. I'm still reviewing sales huddles. I'm looking at what's being said, how a role play is being conducted. I'm making sure there's quality control, because if not, well, I need to address that with the director of that division. And then I can reset that expectation and standard, and then they go off and do their thing. And then we make sure, based on quality control again, I'm not reviewing every single call, but some of them, to make sure that stuff is being done. And I'm like, cool, awesome. So it's never just delegate and chow. It's really delegate and continue to communicate. Okay? So job as leaders, cast a vision, share it over and over and over again with your team, with the market. Over communicate with your team. Share morning memos if you want to. Let people know what's going on. This is something I probably could do a better job of, to be honest. But especially in times of crisis, it's really important to let people know how things are going. You don't need to sugarcoat it. You don't need to fake it, but just be honest with them and always let them know, no matter what, we got this. We're going to be okay. Third is, I believe all of us at some level are the ultimate ambassador of our business. So that means getting the message out, right? You're the messiah spreading the message. You're writing books, you're on podcasts, you're on stage. That's ultimately, I believe, in my speaking with lots of founders and CEOs, what they ultimately want to do. That's what I want to do more of. That's why I do these videos, because if I can continually spread this message in a way that has leverage, these videos will last forever, that's a very good use of my time. Even if it's a long ass video like this one, it's okay, because the right people will see this now, a year, 5, 10 years down the road. And this one moment in time where I devoted my time to this is allowing other people to hopefully benefit from my years of experience. So it becomes less about being in the trenches in your business to really stepping up as high as possible, and then just letting everyone know that you exist, your philosophy, what's different and unique about you, and the business, the brand, the whole bit. And as I said, maintain the highest possible standard within the business itself. So with that said, I want to walk you through hiring in the context of a coaching business. Okay, so I'm not going to go into e-com here, and this is a bit of a different thing. I'm going to walk through a service-based business, coaching, what we recommend in this case. So call this the hiring ladder. Some of this I got from my buddy Dan Martell. I'm also going to share something else from him in a moment, which I found very useful. The first thing before we even get into this is I'm going to share another triangle with you. And I'm sharing a triangle for a very specific reason. There can only be 3 things. What are your core values? Your core values are not what you aspire to. They are who you are. So I'll give you 2 ways of identifying core values. Now, in the past, I think we had a maximum at one point of 6 or 7 core values. And I'm like, I don't even remember what they are, let alone our team. So one is you do an audit of yourself and ask yourself, what drives me crazy? And like, this is something you have to sit down with and like, whatever. So for instance, what drives me crazy is when people are just really slow at getting shit done. That fucking drives me nuts. Okay, cool. What's the opposite of that? Speed. Cool. There's a core value. Why? Because it's who I am. It's how I operate. I move quickly. I don't wait forever. And I don't have patience for people who take 2 days to get something that can be done in 2 hours. So speed is king. And I'll just write down our core values so you have a bit of context. Speed is king is one of our core values. Now, I'm not saying your core values should be ours. Okay? Like, they have to be you. If you're like slow and methodical, okay, cool. Maybe that's part of your core values. Maybe it's not. So speed is king. We do things quickly, but never at the expense of quality. Okay, so that's like the little tagline there. Okay, what's something else that drives me crazy? People who are hired to do something, who punch in, punch out, and they're like, I'm just going to phone it in. I'm going to do the bare minimum. Okay, well, what's the opposite of that? And in our case, it's owner-like commitment. I want every single person who works at Healthpreneur to feel in their role like they own the shit. They own the business. That particular part of the business is their business. Owner-like commitment. You go above and beyond. You do what's required, not just the bare minimum. You do what's needed to get the job done. And now, with this said, we also compensate our team based on this. So if I expect people to show up like owners, we also compensate them based on that by sharing profit if our business hits specific measures every quarter. Now, guess what happens if we don't? We don't share profit. Because if we fall below certain floors, then collectively we haven't done a job as a unit to hit these measures. So I'm rewarding people and not rewarding people based on what it's like to be an owner. So the upside is limitless, but also you have the downside, which is maybe we don't unlock profit sharing in that particular quarter. So for us, owner-like commitment is important. Now, I look at myself and I'm like, is that who I am at my core? 100%. I'm like, when I'm on something, I'm all in it, okay? Third is I don't get along with people who are fixed-minded. The opposite of a fixed mindset is a growth mindset. I am a voracious learner and value growth more than anything, to be honest. And growth means challenges, right? So our third core value is driven to grow. So we understand that our success and our client success hinges upon our ability to grow and become better, right? So that's important. So it doesn't just mean like reading a book or taking a course. It means, how do we grow our skills? How do we lean into conversations? How do we do things that are uncomfortable? Because it's in the action, especially in relation to other people, where we grow the most. So speed is king, owner-like commitment, driven to growth. These are the three things that in my core, I am. It's not like I aspire to be these, I am. So this becomes the heart, if you will, like Tony Stark's energy center of all of our business, of our culture. Everyone on our team embodies these. When we hire people, we filter for these. And sometimes when you hire people, you recognize that maybe initially they look good, but sometimes, you know what? There's a violation of core values here. So I'm going to give you 2 examples. So a while ago, we had an amazing copywriter. Love working with this person. Amazing copy. Great. Slow as molasses. So slow that it was so frustrating. And I had a conversation. I just said, I love working with you. The work you do is exceptional, but it's just too slow and it's driving me crazy. And I had this conversation a few times. It's not just like one out of the blue and you're done, but speed is king, core value violated, done. When people work in your business, they have to embody all of your core values. Now, notice how I have 3, not 7, not 5, 3. Whittle it down, 3. That's it. Not stuff like integrity, honesty, respect. Like, give it a little bit more texture. Like, really think through this a little bit. And this doesn't happen in a day. So I'm sharing process part 1, which is you think about the stuff that drives you crazy as it pertains to how people show up or how people work. And the opposite is probably how you operate. So that's one way of identifying it. So speed is king was one reason we let someone go. Owner-like commitment is a big one. If someone's starting to slack off and we're noticing like they're not like dude, like what's going on here? Owner-like commitment is a big one. And this is one of the biggest, probably most common reasons we let people go. So that's another example. The third one is driven to grow. So driven to grow also means I am open and receptive to feedback. We've let someone go in a pretty prominent position where this individual had such a big ego that they were not even receptive to learning anything new. They had it all figured out. And this created major tension in our business because we test a lot of things. When you're driven to grow, you're willing to throw a lot of stuff out, see what works and learn. But this individual had it all figured out. So when we started to, challenge the status quo, it wasn't fun. So we parted ways. Now, again, I'm not saying everything's great, one conversation, they're done. The key is giving regular feedback to your team so they know where they stand. So we don't really do performance reviews once or twice a year. We do performance reviews every week, right? I'm liking this. I want to make sure that we can get this dialed in a little bit more. I really need you in this role to kind of show up in this way a little bit because this is important. And I think there's a bit of a deficit here. So just being honest with people and having these hard conversations is an important skill to develop as a leader. And it's one of the things that I did not do very well for a very long time. And it's something I'm continually trying to get better at because it's very, very important. Everything you want in business and in life is on the other side of a number of hard conversations. Like it's really that simple. And then when you have them, you realize they're actually not that bad. So anyways, core values, we looked at step number one of identify what you can't stand. Opposite might be a core value. The second way of doing it is you look at the people on your team, if you have a team, the people that you admire the most on your team. And you make a list of all the attributes. How do they show up? What are the behaviors? What are their character traits? And you do this ideally for, I'd say if you have a team of about 10 plus people, you'll probably have maybe less than a handful of those people who are exceptional. And you're like, what do I love about this person? This, okay, What about this person? And then what's going to happen is you're going to notice commonalities. So let's say you have 3 or 4 people and you're like, man, this person has that. And this person has that as well. And I was like, okay, shit, there's a trend here. They all have this level of obsession, whatever it is. So maybe obsessed with being the best is a core value. I don't know. But that's a powerful way that we used a couple of years ago as our team grew to start to kind of clarify our core values a bit more to say, okay, well, what is it about these people that we admire the most? And these are generally the top performers in your business. And it's a great way to identify behaviors and traits that are already in existence, not aspirational. So the key thing with core values is it's not aspirational, it's actual. It's who you are, it's how you operate. So I'm going to share one more thing and then I'll show you the hiring ladder. When you are putting out a job description for any position, your core values need to be baked into that. Okay, so here's what the role is. Here's who we are as a company. And this part of here's who we are as a company is very important. You're going to talk about your core values. You're going to talk about things you believe, things you stand for, things you stand against. Very much like you market to attract clients, your job descriptions will be the same for potential team members. It's going to polarize, it's going to piss people off, and it's going to attract amazing people. We actually have one of our job posts. I mean, most of our job posts are the same, but the role is a bit different. We talk about things like, if you're looking for a punch in, punch out 9-to-5 job, this isn't for you. If you're looking for, cushy benefits and ping pong tables, go work for Google. I'm basically saying, if you're looking for all of these things that a very large percentage of our overly woke population, even just what I said there is a little bit polarizing, is looking for, this is not the place to work. And people go fucking crazy because of that. We actually had someone who sent us a 2-page cover letter. Her name was Regina Davis, which was not a real name. It's from the movie Mean Girls, about how unwoke and how unethical our business was. I'm like, okay. And that turned into a viral TikTok video and it went crazy. Now, if you give a shit about what people think, you might say, oh my God, we have to change our culture. We have to change our belief system. No. I'm like, no, I'm going to double down on what I believe to be true. I don't even want to work with these people. That's why I want to be as clear as day in this. I know what I am. I know what I stand for. I know who I want to work with. Everyone else, ciao, right? Go work somewhere else. There's plenty of companies you can work for. It's not going to be here. And so we were reviewing this submission. This happened a couple of years ago, and it was just like so funny. I'm like, such a good memoir to hold on to. The very next day, we had someone apply for that position, and they submitted a video cover letter, and they're like, I read your job description, and everything you said, I completely resonate with. This is exactly what I've been looking for. Da 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 da. And we ended up hiring this person because they're an amazing fit. And I share this because when you speak your truth, you're going to step on people's toes. It's not like you're trying to piss people off. It's just like, that's not what this is. Like, sorry. Like, if you're looking for more of an entrepreneurial organization where you have unlimited potential, if you're amazing, this could be the place. But if you're looking for a safe, stable 9-to-5 punch in, punch out, 2 weeks paid vacation in your first couple months, this is not the place. And a lot of people get pissed off by that. I'm like, dude, I wasn't attacking you. I'm just saying that's how we operate here. So the goal of good marketing, very much like a good job description, is to be clear in your philosophy so you repel mosquitoes and you attract A players. So with that said, I'm going to walk you through our perfect talent pipeline in a moment. But first, how do you know who to hire in which sequence? So let's get back to the hiring ladder. Okay, so what you want to think about is these at the bottom are going to be low-level tasks, and toward the top, high-value tasks. Your job as a CEO is to constantly fire yourself. Fire yourself from creating graphics in Canva, okay? The goal is to delegate and elevate. So one of the ways you can do this, before I get into this, is take out a sheet of paper and 5%, 95%. The 5% are the handful of things you love to do. It's going to be this, 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 and this. That's it, okay? You're not going to be able to do 95,000 things amazingly. You're not going to enjoy them. Everything else just goes here. So the 95% is everything you hate doing. And you're going to look at this list and you're going to say, okay, well, these, I think, could all be one person's role. And these ones could be another person's role. So these start to become job descriptions in terms of responsibilities for someone else. Okay, so that's an easy way to start inventorizing what you're doing and starting to compile who you may need support from. Okay, so that's clarity. So now we look at, okay, well, we have a bit of clarity, and usually the first thing we're going to do, like, let's say you don't enjoy doing sales calls. Well, unfortunately, they produce a lot of money for your business, so you got to hang on to that for a moment. But what is not a good use of your time is basic admin work, checking your inbox, playing around with your calendar, little back and forth stupid things. All of that is admin. So you want, at the basic first hire level, an admin. Admin assistant doesn't have to be an executive assistant. This can be a VA, can be an administrative assistant, can be part-time, probably to start, and move into full-time if you want to. I'll tell you this, my executive assistant, Becca, is phenomenal. She's done so much for me, and it's changed so much over time. But I hired her as an executive assistant. We actually had 2 admin assistants in our business before I hired Becca. But Becca personally, kind of like, she runs my inbox, my calendar. She was like running like all my travel, like fucking everything, right? And it's just so great that I don't have to focus on this stuff. I'm telling you, it's a game changer. So it doesn't have to be an executive assistant, but at least at the minimum, admin stuff. This could even be like communication with clients by email. If there's like scheduling stuff, just give it to an assistant. But in order for this person to do their job well, you have to document what the process looks like. So when I was wanting to get travel off of my stuff to do, I'm like, okay, I travel enough where I should probably document this. Like, there's certain aircrafts I love traveling on, certain airlines. I love flying. So I'm a big plane nerd. 787, A380s, 737s, A320s. If you're like, what are you talking about? Exactly. Now, there's a very specific seat configuration on these different airlines, and different airlines have better first classes than others, and I would never fly certain routes. So I'm like, okay, well, I have this in my head, but if it lives in your head, your business is dead. So you got to start documenting everything you do in a specific area. So if you have all this stuff you do, you're like, I don't want to do this anymore. You start to map it out, or you can just record yourself doing the thing on your computer, save it as a Loom video, and then run it through ChatGPT, to say, document this Loom video in terms of an SOP that I can then give to someone else to do. That's a really simple way of starting to offload some of the stuff you're doing you don't want to do. So with respect to travel, I started to document everything I was doing. Okay, like on these routes, I prefer this aircraft and these specific seats. And here's roughly the ticket price that makes sense for this route. If it's crazy above that, forget it. We'll use points for here. Here's roughly the number of points. And we map the whole thing out. So now my assistant does everything. She knows exactly which aircraft I want to be on, which routes to take, and it's just awesome. So I spent a few hours documenting my own decision-making process. I give it to her. She runs the whole thing. That frees me up to do something I'd rather do, which includes nothing. I could literally lay outside, look at the sky, and I don't have to worry about doing that. I could play with my kids. I could do something else in the business that's more valuable. And that's what this is about. It's not about taking the stuff off your plate so you do nothing. It's about taking the stuff off your plate so you can move up the ladder to more valuable activities. So admin is the first one. Second is going to be some type of delivery support. So can you hire a coach? Can you hire a client success manager? Is there someone you can support who can support you on the back end? If you're a health practitioner, do you have like a nurse practitioner that can help you, or a health coach who can do some onboarding and intake, right? That's going to be a very important role to unbottleneck delivery. We talked about how that's the big constraint, being supply constrained. If you have all this demand to work with you, but you can't take them on, you got to get help on delivery so you can open up capacity, so then you can open the floodgates on the front end. So after delivery, this is, I'll call this debatable, marketing. Now, marketing is what I'm doing here. We've talked about this. But pushing buttons, setting up campaigns, posting stuff on Instagram or social media, like the campaign management or posting schedule stuff, you don't need to do that. What you do need to do is focus on the message. Okay? I really, really, really believe this. You should never delegate the message. You're the messenger. You're the cow producing the milk. But you need farmers around you to take the milk and send it out to the stores. That's what you're looking for here. You're not looking for someone to write your stuff. You're looking for someone to take the stuff you have and repurpose it into different formats, into different platforms. Maybe they're running your ads, but they're not writing your ads. Maybe they do with your level, with your guidance, but do not give the messaging away. There is a certain art and a magic that comes from you. You know your product, you know your service, you know your avatar better than anyone else. And if you give this away too early, you will bankrupt your business. I've seen it happen way too many times. And that includes outsourcing everything to an agency who's like promising to give you clients overnight. Do not play that game. Okay. I've seen it so often. It's not good. But anyways, there are pieces like scheduling content, right? Setting up email automations and stuff like that. You can get other people to do that. Above that, we have sales. So you'll notice how sales is one of the last things we get off our plate. And that's because if you're charging, let's say $5,000 for a coaching program and you speak with 3 people and one says yes, that's a pretty darn good effective hourly rate. 5,000 divided by 3 is 1,600 and change. What else are you doing in your business that's producing $1,600 an hour? The answer is probably nothing initially. So sales, do it as long as you possibly can until your calendar is full, until you can't take on more sales calls, and then you can look at hiring someone else. And then the final thing is leadership. Now, when I say delegating leadership or hiring leadership, I'm not saying you fire yourself as a CEO unless you don't want to be the CEO, right? You can be a founder and or a CEO. A founder is more of like the creator, the person who just wants to be more like the idea guy. And the CEO is like, let's just like make sure we get this shit done. You don't have to hire another CEO, but you're probably going to build out a leadership team, right? Director of client success, director of marketing, director of sales, potentially. But also at this video, as of this current video, this past year, we've gone through some leadership team that were like, do we really need a director of marketing? We've gone through 3 directors of marketing and every single time it's been subpar. And I'm like, well, what if we didn't have a director of marketing? What if I was the director of marketing? What if you as the founder were the director of marketing? Because is it director of marketing or director of messaging? And what does a director of marketing do that is so important that I need to pay a mid six-figure salary to someone to do. And then they come in and it's kind of like a nice to have job. But if they weren't here, there'd be no difference to the business. And so I'm not saying you don't have to have a leadership team, but I think based on your business and based on your skill set, you may want to consider, do I have to follow the path of everyone else? Like, do you have to have a director of marketing, director of sales, director of operations, director of finance, director? Like, maybe not. Or are we playing this game of like, oh, I think I need to do that because that's what big businesses do? Well, there's some really interesting examples of businesses that are very different from the status quo. And we're in a stage now where we've kind of considered some of those changes. And for us personally, we have more leadership on delivery than front end because our business is so heavy on delivery and coaching that that's where more of the emphasis is, because that's where there's less leverage. Marketing, like we have ads and we have content. A lot of that stuff is leveraged and automated, and it doesn't need as many moving parts at this stage of the game. So for us right now, and this could be different for you, we don't necessarily need a director of marketing or director of sales based on how we're building our business. You might. So I'm just sharing that. But if you are hiring out, this is typically the direction. Okay. When you're hiring, one of the mistakes that I've made is most hiring mistakes come from lack of clarity around the role or feeling rushed to fill it. Oh my God, we need someone in this role tomorrow. Scramble, hire someone. 4 months later, you're like, shit, they're not good. It's always tricky. You want to build for capacity, but you also have to keep payroll in mind. So I'll just give you some basic math here. So let's say this is your money, okay? Your payroll, no matter the size of your business, should be under 30%, 25 to 30% at the max. Because what this means is for every dollar of payroll, you're making $3 and change. So if your payroll is 10% and it's producing the level of growth you want, then every person on that payroll is producing more output than a team with a payroll of 30%. That's great. But what I see happen so often is people overhire and they hire too quickly with very mediocre people who don't produce anything. And now their payroll is 50% of their revenue. And they're like, dude, I've got no more margins. Because what happens is on top of that, you might have marketing, which is another 20% to 30% of revenue. And then on top of that, you might have OpEx, operating expenses outside of salary and marketing, like fixed costs. That might be another 15%. So when you add all this up, you're like, dude, where's the profit? And so you got to be very, very careful when you're hiring people. You don't want to underpay people, but you always have to make sure, like sports teams have a salary cap. Your business should have a salary cap. If you are building for capacity to be able to take on more, that salary cap might go over momentarily, but it can't keep going up because you'll start getting payroll creep. You'll start getting payroll that starts to exceed what you want to pay. And then you're like, I'm paying these people money, and what is being produced on the other side? I don't even know. And then you have to start laying people off, and it's not a good thing. So if you can, try to determine as a starting point, let's say a 20 to 25% payroll cap. And so that means if you're making $100,000 a month, your payroll should be no more than $25,000. If that doesn't sound like a lot, okay, well, maybe look at the people you have working with you. Are they producing $4 for every dollar you're spending in payroll? Maybe not. And if not, could you train them up? Could you coach them up? Or do they have to be replaced with unbelievable people who are going to produce better output? So that's just a bit of an aside, but something to think about with respect to hiring and salary and so forth. I'm a big believer in paying exceptional people what they deserve, but I will not pay mediocre people what they think they deserve. Okay, so we've talked about hiring ladder, a little bit of payroll here. What I want to walk you through is our hiring process, which we call the perfect talent pipeline. And it sounds familiar, right? Perfect talent, perfect client pipeline. It's the same process, kind of, but for hiring. What's cool about this is a friend of mine, who I will keep anonymous, used this to find her husband. There you go. So we actually we coined another phrase called the perfect boyfriend pipeline. Anyways, You'll see what I mean in just a second. And you'll be like, how on earth can someone do this in dating? Try this out. It's pretty cool. So it's 5 steps. So first, we have a job description. From the job description, we have people send over a video cover letter. That video cover letter has very specific specifications. 2 to 3 minutes, answer these 5 questions. So guess what happens when you receive a video cover letter that's 10 minutes? Bye-bye. Ciao, ciao. Not a good start. Okay? Remember, very much like with marketing, the goal here is to filter people away. If you want the best, make it hard. If you want the most, make it easy. Now, with that said, I will say one thing. So if you're talking like very high level leadership, C-suite type of stuff, this applies a little bit less. And there's a bit of a nuanced distinction. Okay, video cover letter. From there, we go to test project. So you can see here, you're not even talking to anyone yet. All of this is filtering people away. Then, if we're good, okay, so a team interview is step number 4. And this is where you have a team member. It could be an operations person or someone who understands the culture. They have an interview with this person, job experience, culture fit, stuff like that. If all looks good there, we get into reference check. 3 references, ideally related to this type of role. And then if all looks good, we do a final interview. And so the final interview is where you're selling the candidate on the role, the vision of the company. Like you're involved. Like this is kind of where the CEO is involved. Not for every role, but for a lot of them. So I'm not on every final interview, but for the bigger hires, I am. And someone else is pretty much doing everything else here. So again, it protects your time. It gets people jumping through a gauntlet before they have access to even talking with you. Because if you're hiring a copywriter or a sales rep or whatever else, like you don't want to waste time talking to people who are just like not even good. So these first 3 steps are just like, dude, like, do you even have what it takes? We've had people send us a video cover letter sitting on their bed, closet open, clothes all over the place, high, like smoking, like they've smoked some weed or had some gummies. Do you think I'm ever going to talk to someone like that? No. So these are going to protect your time and allow the right people to move through. In a video cover letter, it's so powerful. How people communicate or their inability to communicate tells you a lot. If someone can't put 2 cents into, they're hiring for a sales rep and they can't speak, you're fucking toast. I'm not being judgmental. I'm just being like honest. Okay. That would be like me applying to be a hairdresser and I'm bald. I'm like, dude, there's like, no, it's not going to happen. So anyways, clear communication is very important. When people cannot clearly communicate, that's a big warning sign across the board. Doesn't matter if it's a client or a potential team member. Team interview, reference checks, final interview, pretty straightforward. Okay, so one caveat to, let's say C-level, so like leadership team hires, the difference here is that you'll have a job description. Okay, so we'll have step 1 is job description. Second step is usually going to be quick call. So this is more of like, hey, you're an A player. Let's just jump on a quick 15-minute call to assess fit. Awesome. If all is good, you can choose to do a video cover letter if you want to. You don't have to. At this point, we typically don't, but we'll have them do a test project. And the test project, just to clarify, is going to be related to stuff they would do in the business. Now, in a leadership role, what I do is I'm like, current problem is this. How do you solve this? I want to be learning from these people, especially at this level, but also even in the normal one over here, is you need to be learning stuff from people in the hiring process that they're like, they actually know what they're doing. But especially in leadership, you're like, hey, here's the dilemma we're dealing with. How do you solve this? And it can be a written test project. And then you can follow up in a conversation with like, hey, walk me through your thinking here. Because we've had people come in at leadership levels, like marketing, like, hey, here's the goal. Here's the dilemma. How do you fix this? And we had this like fucking laundry list of stuff. And I'm like, okay, well, these are good ideas. Cool. But just to be clear, we're only focused here for the moment. Okay. So all this stuff is cool at some point in the future or not even relevant. But let's focus here. Walk me through the thinking here. And if they're not giving you like really good stuff here to like, dude, like, I don't think this person knows what they're talking about. That's a big red flag. Okay. So this is really like, because when they're in the role, you're going to know right away. This is one of the biggest things I can share with you is the difference between business and sport. So I played pro soccer and I love sports. And when I go see my kids play, I can identify good from bad instantaneously. So I'll go watch a team play and they have better coaching. 30 seconds within the kickoff, they're moving the ball around. I'm like, this is a good team versus a team that's just like, kick the ball up and run after it. I'm like, oh my, what a disaster. But also I can identify great players right away. I can tell by their attitude, their body language, how they play. And that's great because you can see performance on the fields or you can review game tape. You can see them on TV, on video. In business, you have no idea. Unless the person's a prolific creator and you can see their stuff, you're hiring people blind. Reference check, previous experience, team interview, all that stuff. You do not know until they're hired. Even with this test project, even like, here's the problem, how do you solve it? Even with that, you still don't know until they get into the trenches. And within a week, you'll be like, shit, what did I do? We had a director of marketing who this happened to. Like, great guy. But within the first 7 days, I'm like, no. And we just cut ties. So we went through this whole process, had a recruiter positioned, like place this person with us. And very early on, when you have that feeling, you're like, something's off here. Got it. Like, kill it. You got to kill it. The first director of marketing we hired many, many years ago, I spent like at the time, like every single day, 30 days, I was onboarding him one-on-ones, giving him all the context. And then 2 team members on my team who I trust were like, there's something odd about this guy. There's a weird energy. I don't know what it is. And I had a conversation with them after 30 days and I said, I don't know why I'm doing this, but I need to let you go. And I wish I could explain why, but I just don't know. But I know it's the right decision. I got an email from him the next day and he said, I kind of confused and sorry to hear about this, but I guess you found out about my felonies. I was like, what? Sorry, what? Again, a recruiter had placed him with us. You would assume that they would have done the background check, which apparently they did, but did not do. And I was like, well, no, that wasn't it. But that kind of starts to bring some of this stuff together now. What I've realized over the years is when you know, they've got to go. When you have that feeling in your stomach where you're like, oh, fuck, like, well, maybe it'll get better. It's not getting better. Okay. And especially the higher up you hire, the higher the standard you have to have. You have to expect people to come in, batteries included. You don't have time to waste with people who are going to learn on the job for the next couple of years. It'll take, like, what are you going to do? Like, there are stars and there are seeds. Seeds might have potential, but do you want to continually invest in them for the next couple of years until they develop? Maybe. I have. But it depends on what stage of business you're in and for what role. Stars, they're like, yeah, I've been there, done that several times. I know exactly how to get where you want to go. You're like, cool. You're going to pay a premium, but it's worth every penny because you always get what you pay for. So in your journey of business, whenever possible, try to hire stars as much as you can afford. And the higher the salary, generally, the better the person's going to be. If you can hire people who are coming in batteries installed, it's amazing. And also, they're hungry to grow because you don't want someone coming in who's like, I'm the best. I don't need to learn anything. No, you're not going to work with people like that. Like, they're not coachable. They're not humble. They're not open to feedback. You want people who have confidence and have a track record of being where you want to be in that specific domain. And also hungry to learn and grow and get better. So stars are amazing. Seeds are fine for various roles. And as long as you're willing to work with some of those people to develop them, I think they have a very, very good place in most businesses, but not very high up, like leadership level, stuff like that. Okay. So business, you see game tape, you know how people are going to perform. Business, you don't until they're in the trenches. When you know, like, you'll know right away. And also in the interview process. So again, leadership team, we're talking about job description, quick call test project. We'll do reference checks as the next step, and then final interview. So definitely CEOs involved in this. So it's a little bit abbreviated, but here's the thing. This process is as good as it's going to get. Like, they're on their best behavior. You want to date with someone, they're not going to dress up like a friggin' disheveled homeless person. They're going to be, it's the best you're going to get. So if you're not impressed with what's being on display here, it's not going to get better. It's only going to go down as they get comfortable in the role. So please understand that. It's like when people post their profile picture on Facebook or wherever else, that's as good as it gets. Hey, like, I don't know if you've noticed this, Airbnb, the pictures of the Airbnb are better than the Airbnb. It's as good as it gets. It doesn't get better when you show up there. Like, oh my God, like, looks a lot better than the photo. Fucking never happens. Maybe our house in Mexico might be an exception to that. But nonetheless, it's as good as it gets. And if it's not exceptional to begin with, it's like, it's not, just be honest, like, just move on. I got some really good advice from someone recently. We were hiring for a director of marketing. We were in a little bit of a pinch. Mistake number one. We weren't in a pinch. I thought we were in a pinch because I didn't want to do it. Stupid mistake. And we were having a conversation with one of the companies that consult with us in terms of mentorship. And he said, is this the only candidate you're looking at, or are you looking at others? I'm like, well, no, he's the only one, but he comes highly recommended. And we've already hired for this position and gone through a bunch of other people before. He's like, okay, can I just give you some advice? He's like, make sure you go through a bunch of other candidates in this round. Even if you've done it in the past, do it again. And I was like, yeah, no. It's good. I got this, man. It's okay. So we hired the person, and that individual created a shit ton of havoc in our business. Not intentionally. It's just like they were, there was just misalignment in terms of their understanding of what we're trying to do. But again, the mistake was I was rushing to fill the job. We didn't do the process of making sure we had multiple candidates come through to really assess, who's legit and who's not. And that was a mistake. And in that moment, that was a very expensive hire relative to what they produced and contributed. And it set our business back. That was actually like a really expensive, not the salary, but what happened in that role cost our business for several months. And that was a big mistake. So that's the perfect talent pipeline. We have kind of like most people's roles, and then leadership roles are a little bit more, let's just jump on a quick call, make sure we're good. Okay, cool. Here's the test project. Here's the issue. How do you think we'd solve this? That can be written and or live. Reference checks, final interview. And as I said, we have a friend who took somebody through her dating process, was a description of what she's looking for, video cover letter. Okay, so send it in, test projects in some way, shape, or form. I don't even know what that looked like. Interview. It was really awesome. And anyway, she ended up meeting her spouse, which is phenomenal. So that was the perfect boyfriend pipeline, but use it for what you will. Okay. When you are hiring, just a couple things. Always ensure culture fit. You can certainly train skill, whether they're a seed or star, right? If they're a star, they come batteries included. Seeds, you have to train the skill up. Always make sure there's a culture fit. You can't train that. Okay. That's important. Here's another mistake I made. No matter the experience someone's coming in with, you have to coach them and give them feedback. Early on, I made the mistake of like, I just have to hire someone awesome and leave them alone. And I did that, and it wasn't good. And then I learned this whole concept called situational leadership, which is essentially no matter who the person is early on in the role, you have to give them a lot of feedback and coaching and context. And then as they get more comfortable in the role, you provide less and less and less. But nonetheless, you're still there. And so the example I gave earlier was in a sales position, we had a director of sales, really good in this role, skill-wise, only to find out culturally, not the greatest of fit, serious lack of integrity, and some shady stuff that was happening. But what I did too soon is I just let go of control. I said, okay, this person's got it. Amazing. Only to find out months later, because I stopped skipping a level and I stopped reviewing calls because I'm like, I don't want to do it anymore. This person's got it. Only to recognize later that there were certain sales conversations, not all of our reps, but one or two of them, where stuff was being said that was in no way, shape, or form ever to be uttered out of someone's mouth in the context of our business. Promises that were made, just stupid stuff. And that didn't come to my attention for quite some time. And then it did. And then obviously we parted ways. But the lesson was no matter how good somebody is or how entrenched they are in the process, you still have to keep an eye on things, right? When we have people running ads for us, like internally, I still go into the ads manager and I'm like, okay, we have a process to follow, but dude, why are we paying this amount of money for a lead? Like, that shouldn't happen. I'm still on top of this shit, okay? But if that happens more than once, I'm like, we have issues here. This is your job. You got to be on top of this. We have a process, right? We have KPIs that we have to be hit. And unless you're not understanding something or I wasn't clear, cool, that's on me. But if you're not doing your job, we're done. Okay. So be willing to keep a check. It's not called micromanaging. It's called managing. It's making sure people do what they're supposed to do. And also, even if they've been with you for a while and they're fully onboarded, you still have to have those check-ins, the accountability, making sure the standards are being met, KPIs are being hit. Because if you don't, and you're just looking to step back and not do anything, a lot of people will just run your business into the ground and then it'll be like, oh, it's their fault. When in reality, it's your fault, right? Okay, so with that said, let's talk about firing. I don't enjoy firing people. It's one of the least, I've had to do it a lot in 20 years. I don't enjoy doing it. One thing I'm very proud of though is every time it's happened, the response has been either one of emotion where the person was really upset, but they're like, I understand. I get it. I know. I saw the writing on the wall, right? And also, I really appreciate being here. I really appreciate the opportunity and working with you guys. It's been amazing. That for me means a lot. It's never been like, I'm taking you down. Like, it's not been that. It's always been one of gratitude and sadness, both of us. And it's not easy. So earlier I said, when you know, you have to always look at, is the juice worth the squeeze? You could coach somebody up. You could continue pouring into them, but is it worth it? And in my experience, it depends on the role and it depends on how much time you want to give to this. A lot of companies use PIPs or performance improvement plans. I think they're a complete waste of time. If you tell somebody they're on a performance improvement plan and they have 14 days to turn things around, it's like being in a relationship and breaking up, getting back together and thinking things are going to be different. They're not. For a moment they will be, and then it goes back to what it was. I have never seen performance improvement plans to work. We don't use them. We would rather just be honest with people the whole step of the way and let them know if this doesn't improve, we're done. We had someone on our team a while ago who I was a little bit more of a seed and I believe had a tremendous amount of potential, amazing culture fit, awesome. And I gave this individual a very long runway, much longer than I would have anyone else, because I thought they could grow and evolve into this. And they were in this role for several months. And I started to look at, and this was on the kind of more on the acquisition side. And I started to realize that this individual was below KPI across the board and was actually starting to cost our business a lot of money, because if this individual wasn't there and it was in the hands of other people, things would have been a little bit different based on other numbers. And that was an example and a reminder of when, again, just really amazing person. Love this person to death, amazing human. But in the context of this role, I had to do what was best for the business because it was starting to cost our business a lot of money in lost opportunity and lost revenue. And that was on me. That was a mistake that I made for letting someone go way too long that we poured tremendous amounts of coaching into, and it just wasn't getting better. And, it's part of what happens sometimes, right? Now, there are certain roles where maybe it doesn't have as much of a consequence on revenue, for instance, but in this case it did. So you have to step back as the leader and ask yourself, what's going to be best for the business, right? I can still appreciate the individual, but this is not right for the business. You have to do what's right for the business all the time. Our culture, our team feels like a family, but I also remind them, guys, that this is a high performance team. Yes, we're family. Yes, we hang out. Yes, we love hanging out and doing things together when we're in person. And we have a very unique virtual culture, which I think is not very common. But everyone hopefully understands on our team, because I remind them of this. I'm like, guys, if you do not perform, you don't have a seat here. And I just want to be very honest about that. So we try to help people feel safe, but the best job security is being exceptional at your job. And whether that's with us or with anyone else, that's just the way of the world, okay? Because the other thing too is when you don't do what's best for the business, what happens is you start creating a culture of mediocrity, and A players don't like working with B players. And A players see B players right away. They sniff them out, right? Like a skunk. It's like, I got to roll the window down. I can't be here. And if you want to create a culture of high performance, you only can have A players on the team. C players are obvious. They're just duds. They're not good, whatever. But it's the B players. They're kind of like that slow burn. That's and they slowly start to erode the culture or the not because of the core values necessarily, but because of the performance. And then everyone else is like, oh, cool. Well, not that big of a deal. And then the whole fucking thing falls apart. So again, it's about holding the standard, holding the line, letting people know where they stand for the whole process, and then being very clear with people. It's like, listen, I want to be honest with you. This is not what I need. It's not where we need it to be. And if things don't improve, we're done by the end of the month. So there's no surprises when you have the conversation, but also you let them know what the standard needs to be, right? What the metric needs to be or what the outcome needs to be. Another thing that I like to use from a feedback perspective, and this is another triangle, is if someone's not performing, it's one of three reasons. Is it a clarity thing? Are you not clear on what needs to be done? Okay. If so, that's on me, the leader. Okay. I take that. 2, is it a skill issue? Like you know what to do, but you just don't know how to do it. Okay, fair enough. Let's skill you up and coach you up to a point. And if it's not improving, we're done. Or you know what to do, you know how to do it, and maybe it's just a will thing. Like you actually don't want to do it. This is an owner-like commitment thing. Skill is like a driven to grow thing. And clarity is more of like a you and a leadership thing. So you can help someone with clarity and skill. Will? That's tricky. So my kids, they have daily duties to do the dishwasher, clean up the kitchen. And one of my kids doesn't enjoy doing it sometimes. He gets into a real funky mood. He's like, I don't want to do the dishwasher. I'm like, hold on, just let me clarify. You don't want to do it or you're not able to do it? Is it a skill thing or is it a will thing? He's like, no, I don't want to do it. I'm like, good. I don't give a shit. You're going to do it if you want to live in this house. Like, so my little guy who's 6, he doesn't know how to do the dishwasher yet. So I'm not going to expect him to do the dishwasher. I'll do it with him to show him where stuff goes. Right? But if he gets to the point where he knows how to do it on his own and he's part of the schedule now and he doesn't want to do it, dude, you knew Mondays were on you. You knew how to do it. You didn't want to do it. So I'm just reminding you, in the real world, people like you get fired. Just a heads up. So this triangle, like the performance triangle, if you want to think of it that way, is a really good way to have a conversation with a team member where it's like, hey man, I want to apologize first and foremost. I want to make sure that we have all this like laid out. Are you clear on what needs to be done here? Are you clear on the outcomes? Yes, cool. Do you know how to get them done? Because I hired you assuming you did. Okay, cool. So that, I mean, I guess like the last thing then is just like, do you not want to do this? Like, is that, just walk me through what's going on right now? Because I'm here to support you. If you have this conversation, all of a sudden now we can address what's going on, hopefully course correct if they're the right person. But also if this happens again, then it's like, hey man, I just want to be honest, like this can't happen anymore. This is the expectation. If we're not there in whatever the time frame is, we're gonna have to part ways. And so when you let them know the severity of this on a scale of 1 to fired, like 10 being fired is 9. So this has to turn around tomorrow. Otherwise, we're not gonna have it next week. I don't think there's anything wrong with that when you let people know. I think the problem is when people are sideswiped and they're like blindsided. They're like, everything's great, you're fired. I'm like, whoa, what? What just happened? I've made this mistake a few times where the team member thought everything was great because I didn't have the balls to be honest with them. And then I had to fire them. And that's the worst feeling in the world. I would much rather be like, we know what's what, we know where we stand, and we know the consequences. That's just a much better place to be. So just to wrap up this final chapter here, no matter where you want to go, you're likely not going to get there by yourself. The bigger the dream, the better the team, not necessarily bigger, better. So whether you're looking to build a small team or a bigger organization, the quality of the people you have is going to be much more important than the quantity. Seek talent density than talent quantity. Plus, from a managerial standpoint, it becomes a whole lot easier to manage a team that is like SEAL Team 6 than Whale Team 60. Just as an analogy. So that's what I can share with you, in at least our time here around hiring, managing, and leading a team. Leadership being a very important skill that you can develop as a leader to help grow your company without you doing everything yourself. Wow. There we go. Can you imagine that? I don't even know how much time we've been spending together, but from the bottom of my heart, I want to acknowledge you for making it this far. Listen, like that, it says a lot. Either you have way too much time in your hands, or you've just been enjoying my charm. Just kidding. Or you're committed to building a great business. Either way, I know that your attention, your time is valuable. I know you could be spending this anywhere else. It means a lot to me. I don't even know you. Hopefully you know a little bit more about me, how we help health experts and coaches grow their coaching businesses online. If you're not a health expert or coach, please understand that everything we've talked about here is still very applicable to your business, whether that's e-com, products, information, membership sites, anything else. There's a lot of material here that can apply to your situation. But if you are a health expert, therapist, or coach, and you like what you've seen, and you're like, man, this guy's pretty good. Listen, we do very good work. This is just the tip of the iceberg. And as you can tell, I take a lot of pride in what I do. And the vision that we have for our business at Healthpreneur is to transform the lives of 1 billion people, right? I want to build a brand that is going to extend beyond my lifetime. I have no doubt that when I'm dead, this business will be a household name like Coca-Cola, but just with a better impact on the world. And that's why I do this, right? I'm a health professional first and foremost, and I went through my own challenges for many years. And I started this business because a lot of people just asked me for business advice in our space. And I was like, man, this is probably needed. And I think it is. And I'm very, very grateful for the work that I get to do with our amazing team and the thousands of clients we've helped. And our goal, again, is to help you build a better business so that you can go out and help more people, so that collectively we can empower more people to better health. We can transform more lives. It's not going to be easy. I know that. But I think that's a worthwhile mission, for me at least, to get behind and dedicate my life to. So I want to let you know that, my vision is never to sell this business. I have no intention of building it and selling it. I've built a business that is sellable, but I still want to run it. I still love it. I still am involved in the business. I love working. I love contribution, as you know. And so, we have big goals. We want to impact a lot of lives. And if what I've shown you here resonates and you'd like our help to take your expertise, your health business to the next level, especially with your coaching, not so much the brick and mortar, then there's probably a link below this video somewhere that can take you to another shorter video, much shorter video, which is our $1 Million Health Coaching Roadmap, along with a business audit scorecard. And I'll walk you through basically a really simple process to score your business and then show you how to fix some of those areas. And then if you like that, we can talk about, what some of the options might be to potentially work together. So at the very minimum, I hope you rewatch this video as often as you need to capture some of the nuggets. Sometimes you have to watch something a second time or at a different point when you're more at a different stage to be more receptive to certain things than others. And also, if you know anyone else who is a business owner, whether they're a health expert or not, by all means, share this with them. I want to get this information out to more people. I think the one thing I can do with my 20 plus years in business is just share my journey. And if this has resonated with you, who's one other person that might get value from this? Just ping them, send them an SMS with the share button on this, or send it to them in Slack if it's a team member, or share it with them on social media. And at the very minimum, drop me a comment below or tag me on Instagram. I'm at Healthpreneur. Say, hey man, I just watched this, loved it. And let me know what resonated most with you. So I really appreciate our time together. I hope this is just the start of many more awesome things to come. At the very minimum, take what you've learned here, put something into practice, because change comes from doing something different, right? And learning is all about same condition, different behavior. So there's something here, one thing that you can probably take immediate action on. I want you to think about what that's going to be, and I want you to write that down. And as we finish off here, I want you to commit to taking just that one action and start moving that forward today, not tomorrow, not next week, but today. What is that one thing you can at least start building momentum forward with, and do that? And I'd love to know. You can let me know in the comments what that is, or you can send me a DM on Instagram to let me know. And again, my goal is that if you can take this and help grow your business, amazing. Secondarily, if you want our help to help you get where you want to go significantly faster and be surrounded by an amazing community of world-class health experts, well, next step is to click the link below, check out the next steps. I can walk you through what some of that looks like. So I look forward to seeing how you implement this information into transformation in your business, how it impacts more lives, including your own. And again, at the very minimum, We've got tons of other videos on the channel for you to enjoy. And again, if you'd like our help to take the next steps, click the link below, check out the $1 Million Health Coaching Roadmap, and then we can talk about what, next steps could potentially look like for you. Thanks again for your time. Have an amazing day. I'm Yuri. Talk to you soon. What a day, right? Great session. Now I am going to go jump in the water and cool off. And I hope you have an amazing rest of your day as well. So thanks again for hanging out. I'm gonna go for a dip.